5:30 and a quorum is present, so I will call this meeting of the Madison Plan Commission of August 29th, 2022 to order. First, we'll get some information from our technical facilitator. Kimberly, are you taking that? Kimberly, you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah, technical difficulties. I apologize. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Also, please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the body, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thank you. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kimberly. There is on agenda item number 1, Legistar 60306, there is a comment noted. It is about McKinley Maple Grove. It does not apply to anything on our agenda tonight, but I just wanted you to be aware that that is out there. Communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. For items 26 through 28, the organization that I work for is partnering with that developer on a different project in northern Wisconsin, but it will not impact my vote.
Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes of August 8th, 2022? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is the schedule of upcoming meetings. First, regular meetings, Monday, September 19th, as well as October 3rd and October 24th. Then we do have a special meeting on Thursday, September 29th. And that will be at 5 o'clock, unlike our regular 5:30 meeting. So that one will be at 5 o'clock. Okay, next we will take up the consent agenda. And the consent agenda does include items of new business as well as public hearing items. So it's the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it, and the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition tonight. Those are placed on the consent agenda so we can take care of those first thing in the meeting, and people who are tuned in to attend to those particular items then can sign off if they want to. So items on the consent agenda. Agenda item 2, and that was an addition from the first listing of the consent agenda. Agenda item 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 29, 30, 31, and then an item for referral, agenda item 32, and then on the consent agenda, agenda items 33 and 34. Do any of you want to request separation for any of those items? Kevin.
I don't want to request separation, but I did just want to note when we got to the motion. So I'll let you first find if there's a separation, but I would want to just clarify one item before you take a vote and get a motion.
Okay, why don't you go ahead with that, because I don't see anybody that wants to request separation.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to note that item 2 that was added to the consent agenda, there is a substitute resolution that the commission should make their action on. So I just wanted to note it is a substitute, not the original.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And that substitute, the Sustainable Madison Committee was supportive of that, as well as the sponsors are supportive of that substitute. So just to note that. Okay, I will then read the items into the record. So agenda item 2, Legistar 72997, establishing the task force on farmland preservation. Agenda item 21, creating Madison general ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 575 Zor Shrine Place, 9th Alder District, from suburban employment to traditional residential urban 2 district. Agenda item 22, Legistar 72364, also at 575 Zor Shrine Place, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed traditional residential urban 2 district for a multi-family dwelling with greater than 60 dwelling units, and consideration of an alteration to an approved conditional use in the TRU2 district for a residential building complex to allow construction of a 5-story, 105-unit apartment building in an expanded residential building complex. Agenda item 23, Legistar 72213, located at 9501 Spirit Street, 9th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential varied district for single-family attached dwellings with 5 to 8 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the TRVT district for a residential building complex to allow construction of 31 townhouses in 8 buildings. Agenda item 24, Legistar 72214, located at 302 Chaska Drive, 9th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential varied 2 district for a single-family attached dwelling with 5 to 8 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the TRV2 district for a residential building complex to allow construction of 20 townhouses in 4 buildings. Agenda item 25, Legistar 72782, located at 4730 through 4802 Femwright Drive and 2730 Daniel Street, 16th Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use for an increase of more than 20 parking spaces that is also more than 10% of the maximum parking requirement in order to construct a surface automobile parking lot with 36 stalls in the Industrial Limited District. Agenda item 29, Legistar 72803, located at 1303 through 1323 Williamson Street and 401 through 409 South Baldwin Street, 3rd Lake Ridge Historic District, 6th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish 3 commercial buildings. Agenda item 30, Legistar 72804, also located at 1303 through 1323 Williamson Street and 401 through 409 South Baldwin Street. 3rd Lake Ridge Historic District, 6th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional shopping street district for a parking reduction of more than 20 automobile spaces and 25% or more of the required parking to allow the construction of an approximately 11,000 square foot addition to create a 2-story, approximately 29,100 square foot commercial building. Agenda item 31, Legistar 72772, approving a certified survey map of property owned by District Council of Madison Incorporated of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, located at 1305 through 1323 Williamson Street and 401 through 409 South Baldwin Street, 6th Alder District. Then agenda item 32, which is for referral, Legistar 71549, referred to November 21st, 2022 at the request of the ordinance sponsors. Agenda item 33, Legistar 72816, amending portions of Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to change Chapter 28J to Section 28. 151. And then under land divisions, agenda item 34, Legistar 72076, located at 3393 Burke Road, Town of Burke, consideration of a certified survey map within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction to create 1 residential lot and 1 lot for a place of worship. So I'll open the public hearing, and having no registrants, I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? I see that Kevin has something else to contribute. Kevin.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. I did want to note, and I should have mentioned it earlier, we did have a registrant that wanted to speak on item 2, but has contacted staff and indicated that they do not. So that's Marcia Cannon, registered in support, but not wanting to speak. So I wanted to note that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepherd. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell? No. Okay. We will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Then back to our agenda. Agenda item 3, Legistar 73335, confirming the format of Plan Commission meetings for the remainder of 2022 and beginning of 2023, and discussing changing the day of the week that the Plan Commission meets in regular session. Kevin, did you have anything to comment on with that?
No, just note that there are 2 questions before the Plan Commission here. One, the format of meetings could be different for regular meetings and special meetings. And then the second question is the move of meeting dates. So just want to make sure we handle both items.
Okay, very good. I know that in discussions with individual plan commissioners, some ideas came up that I thought were pretty good ideas about handling meeting in person versus virtual meetings. There are pros and cons to meeting in person and to meeting virtually. I think that we have missed seeing each other in person. On the other hand, the virtual meetings can be more convenient for a lot of commissioners, as well as applicants, as well as those wishing to speak on the items. Also, we have gone to not getting printed materials, which I think is a good thing environmentally. On the other hand, if we are meeting in person, it can be challenging for commissioners to track things if they don't have their computer set up for tracking things. So with those comments, I would like to open this up to suggestions from commissioners in terms of how you think would be best to proceed. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I actually have a couple of questions first that perhaps, Chair, you know the answers to, but maybe staff does. Do we have the capability to have a hybrid meeting rather than one or the other?
We could do hybrid. That is something that not all commissions have the option to do, but we could do that. Did you have anything else that you?
Just one thought. We in our discussion so far, the word COVID hasn't come up, and I can imagine that there could be some COVID concerns for commissioners or perhaps folks wanting to attend. I know at council meetings, which we're having hybrid meetings now, generally folks are wearing face masks in the meetings, but otherwise I think they're not so impacted. I'm not going to speak yet as to what I'm thinking, what I'd choose. I guess I'll reserve that now that I've had my questions answered.
Thank you. Alder Paulson.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Vice President Curry can talk about this if where CCEAC has come down on sort of guidance for kind of what we want to see all BCCs do. I know personally, kind of what I'd like to do is have BCCs that meet at least once in person, kind of a quarter or half a year, meet in person occasionally. But I think by and large, the virtual format works better for public attendees, and I think it's easier on committee members and commission members to join in virtually. So I've not met most of the commission in person, so I actually would love to have an opportunity for us to get together in something. I think that maybe something we could do is look at one of our special meetings to be in person, maybe a hybrid option for if something comes up and people can't make it. But with sort of a please try and come so we can meet in person. The special meetings don't take public comment, if I remember right. Maybe
No.
they do.
Yeah, no, they do take public comment.
Okay, well then.
But we tend not to get as many public comments.
Right, and it's not. It's definitely a different feel than these, and so that felt like maybe that would be a good meeting to try out. And I don't know if the September one's coming up pretty quick, and so maybe that's a little too close. But maybe that December special meeting could be something we do in person if we don't find a reason to go hybrid or get back in person before that. But I would generally prefer this meeting to stay virtual for the bulk of it.
Thank you, Alder Paulson. Did you, Commissioner Solheim?
I will echo Alder Paulson's comments. I was just going to say, I think while I generally like the virtual due to just work conflicts and, having it be kind of difficult to get downtown in time for this meeting and staying late, but I like the idea of special meetings in person. I think, like you said, we have fewer public comments, so I don't think the hybrid will be as much of a logistical challenge on those. But I also think that they are kind of, brainstorming sessions in a way, and really could be a collaborative opportunity for everyone to be in person and work through some of these longer term kind of planning challenges that we're talking about in those meetings.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I just want to briefly second Commissioner Solheim. I like that idea, and I like Commissioner Alder Paulson's suggestion that the in-person meeting be one of the special meetings. For me in particular, Monday is a difficult meeting to make it to in person. So the the special meetings would be preferable. But I just really strongly agree with both of those previous comments.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Anybody else want to contribute to the discussion? Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I really miss the personal connections with you all, and some of you all that I haven't even met yet. I do agree with the previous commissioners and Alder that I think that virtual meetings have been good. But I would hope that the special meetings we could have in person, because I think those would provide the connections that I think are important to just manage a meeting and get to know each other. So that's what I would suggest: the September one, in December, and if we have another one in March or whatever, special meetings, I would suggest that. But virtual meetings for now, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Now that I've heard everyone speak so eloquently, I'll just say that I agree with them. And if we did choose to go to special meetings in person, and our first one was in December, it seems a long way away, but we are planning a September 21st social event in person that you received an email about from Heather. So there's an opportunity for us to get together before December for those that want in-person contact.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I am impartial about going back in person or staying virtual. I'm actually very blessed to work downtown. My comments are more so about the day of the week, and I was hesitant to comment because it is a little selfish, but as a mom of an emerging senior in his last season of sports, Tuesdays and Thursdays generally tend to be game days, so I'm very narrow-mindedly thinking of that. Right now, Monday is not a conflict, but let's see how long I will stay that as we emerge into budget season.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Shepherd.
Oh, hi. Yeah, just if this is appropriate at this time, there was the discussion about moving, once again, the meeting day to Tuesday. Were there any benefits to that? I think in the original email that went out, it just said, hey, consider moving from Monday to Tuesday. I don't remember if there was a list or anything of what are some of the benefits. I'm not against it.
The idea came up through discussions individually with several Plan Commission members who noted that having materials come out basically on Friday and then trying to get through those, ask staff questions, and staff has a well-deserved weekend, so they often don't get back with responses until Monday morning. And some commissioners who maybe work during the day or have other commitments during the day do not have an opportunity then to really digest the responses to those questions that they have raised. So the thought was then, if we shift from Monday to later in the week, that would allow commissioners then to do a more thorough review and staff to really be able to answer questions. We had the Wednesday had come up as being a possible day. Staff, I think, expressed some concern about that in terms of being able to meet turnaround and deadlines. I see that Tim Parks has a comment. Tim?
Yeah, I would just note on Wednesday that we start to overlap with the following Common Council meeting, depending on how the Plan Commission meetings line up with Common Council meetings. We're already kind of in the window for, by the time the Plan Commission would meet at 5:30 on a Wednesday or any night after Wednesday, so say like Thursday, we're already in the period where the following Tuesday's council agenda is being reviewed, and it would be very hard to report items. So we would potentially end up elongating the review period for zoning map amendments, subdivision plats, certain certified survey maps that go from Plan Commission to Common Council. So that problem is reduced on Tuesday. It's still a little tight. I mean, if we're going from, like, say, tonight's meeting goes to next Tuesday's Common Council meeting, we basically have about 48 hours to get everything that we need to get to the people who need to get it in order for it to go on to the council agenda. We're obviously reducing that going from Monday to Tuesday, but it's still doable. It really becomes undoable once you go to a Wednesday evening. Then we'd be going, like, say, for example, this meeting would go to the September 20th Common Council, and all of a sudden we're picking up a 3-week lag between Plan Commission instead of a 1-week lag between Plan Commission and Council. So I just wanted to kind of show our work on why we were thinking Wednesday might not be ideal. It's not off the table. It does change a little bit of the dynamic between or how we schedule things.
Thank you, Tim. The other idea that came up was the possibility of getting material to commissioners on everything on Thursday, the consent agenda items identified and all the material on Legistar on Thursday rather than Friday, which would then give an extra day to plan commissioners to get their questions to staff, and hopefully then staff could get responses back maybe on Friday. So that was another idea that was raised. Kevin.
And just speaking of that question, I think staff would definitely, if it stayed on Monday, we can work out a way to try to do that. There are certainly logistical challenges, but I would, commit that we would work to try to make that, at least bump that up a day. We could find a way to do that. So I just wanted to know. We've talked about that internally. There's some logistical items we'd have to go through, but it's something I would kind of pledge that we would work with if the goal or if the decision was to stay in the current meeting date.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would like to get a motion on the virtual versus in-person. Looks like Tim Parks has something else to add. Tim.
Just a quick corollary to the making of a motion. For how long? When would we want the question brought back to the Plan Commission, or perhaps clarify that the Plan Commission staying virtual in perpetuity? But this is the third time that the question's been before the Plan Commission about meeting format. And every time there's been sort of an endpoint when we would bring it back and then discuss with the Plan Commission their preferences for the next period of time. So just to clarify, how long we would be talking about so that we can make sure that our public hearing notices are correct for that period, and also to notify applicants. Thank you.
Would there be a problem with saying indefinitely?
Not with me.
Okay.
I think we just need to have that clarification.
Okay, very good. Thank you,
Thanks.
Tim. Could I get a motion on that, please? Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that Plan Commission's meetings remain virtual for regular meetings indefinitely, with special meetings to be potentially held in person. Does that work? Or do I have to remove potentially?
I think I would remove potential. Well, every effort would be made, I suppose, to
with
make
efforts to be made for special meetings to be held in person.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
And do we have a second? Alder Paulson, are you seconding? Yes.
I will second. I have one possible amendment, but.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Alder Paulson, did you want to, or wait, maybe I should ask Commissioner Solheim, did you want to speak to your motion? No. Okay. Alder Paulson.
I just wonder if there would be any objection if we changed in person to hybrid, just so we had that option, with kind of the expectation that most commission members would try to attend in person, but we would want to leave a hybrid option if it's possible, if IT can arrange it, so the public can testify hybrid, or if a commission member needs to attend via hybrid, they have that option.
It looks like Tim has a comment on that.
Can you direct staff to look into it? Because I believe that the number of meeting rooms that are set up for hybrid meetings is limited. And so we would have to see if one of those meeting rooms was available. Not every meeting room, certainly not the rooms that the Plan Commission met in for its special meetings prior to the pandemic, are wired for sound, if you will. So we can certainly look into the possibility of holding special meetings in a hybrid format, but I don't know that staff knows right now that we can commit to that.
Alder Paulson, does that work for you, that staff would?
That works for me.
Okay.
Or if it's easier that we just skip the hybrid for the rest of 2022 and just deal with in person, that's also fine by me. So.
Okay. Okay. Staff will look into that to see what might be able to be done. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Alder Paulson. Any other discussion before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion does pass unanimously. So to recap, we will be continuing to do our regular meetings virtually. Our special meetings will be in person, and staff will look into the possibility of doing special meetings hybrid. And then the other question is day of the week. Do we want to pursue moving to Tuesday or to another day, or asking staff to get the information to us on Thursday? I think that those are really the three options that we have. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I guess I would prefer that we just remain with Monday as our meeting and have staff to do their due diligence to get the reports to us as early as they can, and maybe Thursday if they can. You know, as a former staff person to a plan commission, I know the turnaround to the city council and those sorts of things is difficult sometimes when you have really late night meetings, and I can see some plan commission meetings on Tuesday going to midnight, and then staff, trying to get stuff done for the council agendas to get out on I assume Friday of that week. But anyway, I guess my preference would just be keeping our Monday schedule and seeing if the staff can get the reports out a little earlier. So.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other thoughts or comments? Alder Curry.
I was just going to second.
So that's your preference too?
Yes.
Okay. Alder Paulson.
My preference is to go to Tuesday, but I think it might be something that maybe we consider in August, or I'm sorry, in April of 2023, when things change up. Kind of folks did sign up for a little bit, kind of planning around Monday right now. I think it'd be great if staff could get us things on Thursday. I appreciate that. Staff doesn't always get the things that they need to get from developers and other folks until that Friday, so they are kind of up to it. And then I think commissioners, as much as I'd love to read things on Friday, Thursday night and Friday, I think a lot of folks, Sunday is my plan commission reading day. I think having the opportunity to have a little bit more time on Monday. There's also a little bit of a challenge that I'm hearing from some folks just with other conflicts. The finance committee's meeting right now in budget, and finance committee staff was like, I really wish you were there so he could tell you all the things you need to know as a rookie alder on budget. I'm missing out a little bit, and I think there's going to be some staff challenges from the IT side to staff two big meetings that are both conflicting as well. So I think they would appreciate maybe moving us off of that to make their life a little easier. But I think we can muddle through it till April and re-examine next spring.
Yeah, if we want to keep it the way it is and asking staff to get the information to us as early as they can, but aiming for at least Thursday. I do know that the city IT was kind of positive about us moving to Tuesday because of those meeting conflicts on Monday that makes their lives a little more difficult. So there are some positive things for some other city folks. We can keep it on Monday and then revisit it, next year. But if we're going to make a change, it would have to be for then the following year. We can't really change it, mid-year. So, Kevin.
Thanks, Chair. I was actually going to make that same comment about changing it in the middle of the year. We publish the schedule typically in fall, and that holds out through the year. So it would be difficult to change that after the elections in April.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. Yeah, I just want to say that I was one of the people who did have some concerns about Monday meetings, and it's a little inconvenient for me, but I just want to make it clear that I can work with either one, Monday or Tuesday, and I do like the idea of possibly getting the materials on Thursday. I have a commitment all day Monday, so I end up not being able to really get in here till 15 minutes before the meeting, and if there's late-minute communications, I just don't see them. But it's a smallish problem. So I just want to say I'm comfortable with either way. I like the idea of a staff at least trying to get materials to us by Thursday.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And just so you weren't the only person about that raised the issue about Monday. Anything else? Any other comments? Okay, I would like a motion on this one too, just so we can be sure that we're all kind of on the same page and going the direction that the commissioners want to go. Could I get a motion, please? Commissioner Cantrell.
I will move that we keep the Plan Commission meetings for Monday at this point.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Curry. Any discussion? Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Shepherd.
Do we need to include anything about the getting the materials to the commissioners early?
That would be appropriate to add that as an amendment to this motion.
I move that staff try to get appropriate materials to Plan Commissioners the Thursday before the Monday meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second on that amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Cantrell. Okay, let's vote on or discuss if anybody has any discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, we'll come to a vote on the amendment, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, we're now back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, okay, we'll be meeting on Monday next year and asking staff to please get us material on Thursday, if at all possible. Thank you. Okay, then moving on to our public hearings. Items, oh yes, 4 through 14 are assigning the City of Madison zoning to the number of parcels that are in the town of Madison. And I am going to ask Tim Parks to give an overview of these. Tim, do you want me to read these into the record first? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to read all of them into the record except for agenda item 5, on which we do have a registered speaker. And then we will come back to agenda item 5 after we take care of all of the other items having to do with the town of Madison. Okay, agenda item 4, Legistar 72642, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to properties located east of Sherman Avenue, west of Fordham Avenue, and generally north of Sherman Terrace in the 12th Alder District, hereinafter referred to as Area 1 of the town of Madison, final attachment as TRV2 District and NMX Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Agenda item 6, Legistar 72644, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to town of Madison properties located at the southern end of Hampshire Place, south of Schrader Road in the 20th Alder District as suburban residential consistent 1 district. Agenda item 7, Legistar 72646, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to properties generally bounded by the West Beltline Highway, Landmark Place, University of Wisconsin-Madison Arboretum, and Nottingham Way in the 10th Alder District, hereinafter referred to as Area 5 of the town of Madison, final attachment as suburban residential consistent 1 district, suburban residential varied 2 district, and suburban employment district. Agenda item 8, Legistar 72648, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to town of Madison properties generally bounded by the West Beltline Highway, University of Wisconsin-Madison Arboretum, and the Cannonball Path in 14th Alder District as Commercial Center District. Agenda item 9, Legistar 72650, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to properties generally located west of Fish Hatchery Road and surrounded by the University of Wisconsin-Madison Arboretum, and east of Fish Hatchery Road and west of South Park Street, including town lands on Coleman Street, Burr Oak Lane, Dane Street, Ridgewood Way, and Cypress Lane, all in 14th Alder District, hereinafter referred to as Area 7W and Area 7E of the town of Madison, final attachment as suburban residential consistent district, traditional residential consistent district, traditional residential consistent 4 district, traditional residential varied 2 district, commercial corridor transitional district, parks and recreation district, conservancy district, and traditional employment district. Agenda item 10, Legistar 72651, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to town of Madison properties generally located on the west side of Fish Hatchery Road at the West Beltline Highway in the 14th Alder District as Commercial Center District. Agenda item 11, Legistar 72652, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to properties generally located on the south side of West Badger Road along both sides of Fiedler Lane in the 14th Alder District, hereinafter referred to as Area 9 of the town of Madison, final attachment as suburban residential varied 1 district and suburban residential varied 2 district. Agenda item 12, Legistar 72653, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to town of Madison properties generally bounded by Perry Street, the West Beltline Highway, US Highway 14, and Rolfsmeyer Drive in the 14th Alder District as Industrial Limited District. Agenda item 13, Legistar 72654, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to properties generally located east of South Park Street and the Chicago and Northwestern Transportation Company Railroad right-of-way south of East Olin Avenue and John Nolan Drive along the west of Rimrock Road and north of the West Beltline Highway, all in the 14th Alder District, hereinafter referred to as Area 12N and Area 12S of the Town of Madison Final Attachment as Traditional Residential Consistent 1 District, Traditional Residential Consistent 4 District, Traditional Residential Varied 2 District, Planned Development Mobile Home Park District, Commercial Center District, Suburban Employment District, and Parks and Recreation District. And finally, agenda item 14, Legistar 72655, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to properties generally located east of Nob Hill Road and Badger Lane on both sides of Moreland Road in the 14th Alder District, hereinafter referred to as Area 13 of the Town of Madison Final Attachment as Suburban Residential Consistent 1 District, Suburban Residential Consistent 3 District, Suburban Residential Varied 2 District, and Suburban Employment District. Tim, can you give us a bit of an overview?
Yes, just briefly, Chair, members of the Plan Commission, agenda items 4 through 14 deal with 11 areas of the Town of Madison that will be zoned according to the City of Madison zoning code in anticipation of the Town of Madison ceasing to exist on October 30th of this year at 11:59 p.m. Pursuant to the cooperative plan between the City of Madison, Town of Madison, and City of Fitchburg from 2003. We will be attaching numerous properties to the city from the Town of Madison. And in preparation, staff has prepared the 11 ordinances that are before you to assign city zoning. We have, as you noted, when the chair read those items into the record, 11 areas. We actually have 13 geographic areas that are being attached to the city from the town. However, 2 of those are entirely highway right-of-way, so they do not need zoning, and so we do not have ordinances before you for that. Staff from planning and zoning have reviewed the various parcels being attached to the city to determine which city zoning districts would be most appropriate for those properties. The factors that we considered were City of Madison land use recommendations in the 2018 comprehensive plan, as well as in any adopted sub-area plans that apply to those various areas. We considered the existing use of the property. Thirdly, we considered the current zoning of those town properties by Dane County, which currently has zoning jurisdiction over them. And then lastly, we considered the zoning of City of Madison properties surrounding those properties to be attached so that, if there were opportunities to provide zoning to those properties consistent with how other areas already in the city were zoned, that was a consideration. We chose the districts that we did, as you can see on the many maps attached to the 11 ordinances, trying to create as few use nonconformities as possible while recognizing that there's a fair likelihood that there will be some amount of bulk nonconformities created given the differences between city and county zoning codes that will apply. In closing, staff believes that the 11 ordinances before you recommend the zoning districts that we feel will best zone those properties when they are in the city, effective with the final attachment of the town on October 30th at 11:59 p.m. And I would be happy to answer any questions after the public hearing. And I will also note that, like for any rezoning, we did provide notice to owners and occupants of the properties to be rezoned, as well as within 200 feet of those properties, like we would any zoning map amendment that comes before the Plan Commission. And we also provided a Class 2 notice in the Wisconsin State Journal, like we would for any zoning map amendment that comes before the Commission. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the Commission had.
I will open the public hearing, having no registrants wishing to speak on the agenda items that were read into the record. I will close the public hearing. And are there questions of staff? See Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. So I guess for Tim Parks, am I correct? Area 12 contains a fairly large mobile home park that was the subject of some discussion during the South Madison planning. Am I correct about that?
Yes. The Madison Mobile Home Park on Badger Road.
Right. Thank you. And I should have done my homework better, but what zoning is attached to that, and does it now become non-conforming? And what if anything can we do to ensure that if it continues to be viable, that this zoning change doesn't jeopardize it?
Tim?
Sure. Right now, we are proposing planned development mobile home park zoning for the property. It's a zoning classification that is seldom used. I believe we have or will have, with the attachment of the mobile home park on Badger Road, a total of 4 mobile home parks in the city. They are all zoned PD MHP. It's I believe, the only zoning district that would allow for a mobile home park in the City of Madison zoning code. Right now, looking at the Dane County zoning map, the mobile home park is actually zoned general commercial, according to Dane County zoning code. I believe that the mobile home park exists as a conditional use in that GC, general commercial district. So anything that would be allowed in the general commercial zoning district under Dane County zoning would be possible on the mobile home property. I would submit that the PD MHP zoning that we're proposing for it would provide more assurances that it remains a mobile home park, which was a focal point in the South Madison planning process earlier this year. So I'd be happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Commissioner Fernandez, did you have any?
None at all. Thank you very much. That was exactly the answer I was hoping for.
Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing, Tim, did you have something?
Yeah, we have a speaker registered on number 5.
Right.
So, okay. Just so that we're not taking a motion on that one.
No, we are not taking a motion on that one. I
Thank
did
you.
not read that one into the record.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No, that's okay. Commissioner Cantrell, you're muted.
Do we need a motion to approve those? Or
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had a motion.
who made it? I don't know.
Okay, so no, we don't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. Could I get a motion, please, on those? And as Tim pointed out, and I did not read into the listing, number 5, we are not voting on that because there is a registrant. So Commissioner Cantrell, thank you.
Sure. I will therefore make a motion that the Plan Commission forward zoning map amendments items 4 and 6 through 14 on the August 29th, 2022 agenda to the Common Council with the recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion, input, comments? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote now. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we will move to agenda item 5. That is Legistar 72643, creating Madison general ordinances to assign zoning to a town of Madison property located at the northerly end of Kingsbury Court, west of Hampshire Place, and south of Schrader Road in the 20th Alder District as suburban residential consistent 1 district. Tim, did you have anything to add in regard to this? No. Okay. In which case I will open the public hearing. We do have a registrant, Eric Nielsen, located at Hampshire Place, Schrader Road in Madison, neither support nor opposed, and wishing to speak. Eric, you have 3 minutes.
So the zoning that was zoned was SR-C1. That seems, looking through the different zonings in Madison, that seems like a generic zoning. Is there anything detrimental to that, to us as a large property owner? So the combination of Linda's property at 1018, my father's at 1021, and mine at 1022. It's a total of 7.14 acres. Zoning at SR-C1, is there anything that would detriment you zoning it that way versus another zoning?
Is that what you have? You don't have any other comments?
That's it right now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the registrant? I have one question. Eric, did you reach out to staff at all on your question?
I did not.
Did you get a postcard about the rezoning?
My sister got the postcard for me. I'm on a business trip in Phoenix, so I didn't see it until recently.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the registrant? Okay, thank you, Eric. Are there follow-up questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, but maybe staff can explain what SCR, whatever the
suburban residential consistent one,
and what this property is and how it impacts this property, and address the individual's question. I think that there just needs to be some communication from staff to the property owner. And I think that if he would have contacted staff, he probably wouldn't have been calling in today. But anyway, staff needs to address this.
Okay. Just briefly, on the screen right now, we have the zoning. This is actually Mr. Nielsen's family's property. Is the one in the northeastern corner of Area 3. Although he's registered on Area 2, we can answer the question. Basically, we're zoning these 4 lots that comprise Area 3. I believe there are a total of 3 single-family homes on them. There may be 4. But zoning at SRC1, which, as you can see on the map, is the zoning of the vast majority of the single-family lots surrounding Area 3. The area that's kind of shaded in that bluish-gray color is a planned development zoning district that was created for the White Oaks subdivision about 35 or 40 years ago, which is a development of a series of rustic lots on private roads that come off of Schrader Road. But all of the rest of the development that you see here are fee simple lots, conventionally zoned. The properties in the city are zoned SRC1, which is a single family residential district. Suburban context requires a 60-foot wide minimum lot width and 8,000 square feet minimum lot area. for new single-family lots. So we thought that the SRC1 zoning would be consistent with the surroundings. It's consistent with the low residential land use recommendation in the comprehensive plan. And it's also very similar to the SFR zoning that the property has currently under Dane County zoning. So for those reasons, we recommended SRC1 for this area. That's not to say that in the future, if the owners of these 4 lots, either individually or as a group, wanted to come to the city with a proposal to zone the property differently, that could not be considered at that time. But for the purposes of having zoning ready for these properties when they come into the city at the end of October, we felt that SRC1 would be the most appropriate.
Thank you, Tim. Did you have any follow-up questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, obviously that looks like the most appropriate zone district for that area. So thank you, Tim.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. Again, for Tim Parks, does this zoning in any way impact positively or negatively the chance of extending Hampshire Place through that property? I mean, right now I'm seeing the road dead-ended, no cul-de-sacs. Clearly, as a transportation professional, I'm seeing that road go through there. Is that not affected by our decision today?
No, the property, these properties would probably, at least 3 of the 4 would probably have to work in concert. But I think it's a fair assessment to say that Hampshire Place exists both north and south of Area 3 to serve additional development in the event that the property owners in Area 3 would ever wish to propose it. Hampshire Place also exists kind of in name only to the south in the Sunridge subdivision. Actually, if you go to the intersection, well, it's not actually really an intersection, but Suffolk Road and Sunridge Drive are a continuous pavement, but the planned break between where it's platted as Suffolk Road and Sunridge Drive is actually signed Hampshire Place on a street name sign. There's no street there, but there could be. It certainly was planned for it. There's water stubbed out to both ends of Hampshire Place, north and south. We believe it could be served by sewer, and there's nothing really in the topography that would prevent it. It would just take someone coming forward with a subdivision plat that would call for the extension of the street and the lotting, the creation, presumably of single-family lots. They would have to be 60 feet wide and 8,000 square feet in area under the SRC1 zoning. However, if the applicants at that time wanted to propose a different zoning classification that still met the low residential land use recommendations and maybe called for narrower lots or lots that required less minimum lot area, that would be something that would come under applications to the Plan Commission, both to change the zoning of the property as well as to subdivide it to extend the street and create those additional lots.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, and thank you, Tim, for your response. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm not sure if I close the public hearing. I'll make sure I close the public hearing, and we need a motion then on agenda item 5. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will move that agenda item 5, which is area 3, be forwarded to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval.
Seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell? No.
No, thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion, input? Seeing none, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 15, and this is unfinished business from our last meeting when Legistar was inoperative. So agenda item 15, Legistar 72210, located 1801 through 1841 Northport Drive, 12th Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use in the Commercial Corridor Transitional District for a vehicle access sales and service window, and consideration of a conditional use to allow construction of a new building in a planned multi-use site containing more than 40,000 square feet of floor area, and where 25,000 square feet of floor area is designed or intended for retail use or for hotel or motel use, to allow construction of a one-story coffee shop with vehicle access sales and service window. Colin, are you going to give us an overview? Okay.
Right. Thank you, Chair Zellers. So the applicant is proposing to construct a coffee shop with a vehicle access sales and service window in an existing parking lot of the Northside Town Center Shopping Center near the Northport Avenue frontage. In addition to the drive-up service window, the building also includes a walk-up pedestrian service window and outdoor seating. Staff noted some consistency issues with adopted plans. The comprehensive plan recommends community mixed use for this site, which is generally expected to be between 2 and 6 stories in building height. The Northport Warner Park Sherman neighborhood plan similarly recommends that redevelopment of the Northside Town Center include a maximum building height between 2 and 8 stories, but there are no recommended minimum building heights. So while staff generally believes that the proposal could be found consistent with the use recommendations of the adopted plans, there's the exception of the proposed one-story building height, but staff does note that several proposed single-story buildings have been approved in other areas that have been recommended for community mixed use. I will also highlight 2 of the conditional use standards discussed in the report regarding standard 4, which is normal and orderly development. The scale of the proposed building and the nature of the site improvements, which include rearranging some parking stalls, installing some landscaping, do not appear to impede a future larger, more holistic redevelopment. And that would be more consistent with the CMU land use recommendation. And also regarding conditional use standard 5, planning staff had previously expressed pretty significant concerns that the building itself was wrapped or nearly entirely wrapped with drive-through lanes and parking, and access to the building on every side, including from Northport Drive, necessitates that a patron on foot or on bicycle would have to cross a drive-through lane. The proposal has been vetted by traffic engineering, and changes had been made to earlier proposals. And the site layout was recommended for approval by UDC, so that this standard may also be found to be met, but those potential pedestrian vehicle conflict points still do exist. And with that, I will kind of be quiet for a while and be ready to answer questions when they come.
Okay. Thank you very much, Colin. We do have some registrants, so I will open the public hearing. And John Bruns had indicated to staff that he does want to speak. He'd registered as available to answer questions, but he does want to speak. So John Bruns, 8 Northport Drive, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, and I believe representing the proposal. So John Bruns, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Yeah, no, I really wasn't wanting to speak. It was sort of suggested that maybe I should intro this, which he actually pretty well did. So my uncle Don and I are both kind of here, willing to whatever degree we can answer any of your questions. Obviously, some of you know anyway, our architect is in Norway. I thought it was a different part of Europe, but he understands most of the technical components of this, but we were just kind of making sure in case anything came up that we'd be available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was kind of inconvenient to have to postpone the hearing to this meeting from our last one. So sorry about that. Okay, we do have a couple of other registrants. Allison Lindsay Mayers, Comanche Way, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Allison, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for listening to me. I did send in an email outlining access problems that I think are fairly significant, but right now I'd like to propose that there's a fairly simple solution because I think that commissioners have received my email and so I don't need to go through that again. So I was wondering to resolve these issues, if it would be possible to make the western entrance exit of Northport at the Walgreens, that's the Walgreens exit, into an entrance only, and then block drivers from exiting onto Northport at this location by putting in, I don't know, a longer sidewalk or something on the east side of the driveway, and then having patrons from Walgreens only turn right and then point them to the easterly driveway at the Ace Hardware, and then make that exit an exit only onto Northport Drive. So basically it would be making the traffic come in at Walgreens, but not go out, and then go out at Ace Hardware at the old Benvenuto's and not come in. And that would potentially stop some of these pedestrian and automobile access and other problems that I foresee, because I go into this shopping center a lot, and it's difficult even now without having a coffee shop, which I do support. I mean, it's if they want to put one in there, but it's just the access that I'm really quite concerned about, so that we don't have any more accidents. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Allison. The next speaker is Marcia Cannon, Cherokee Circle, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Marcia, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think Allison's idea is really nice, because my concern is we go in and out of that shopping center a lot as well. And frankly, the entry off of Northport, even when there's very little traffic, you really have to slow down and make a hard right turn. And then if you had to go left to get to the coffee shop, it could be quite dangerous, really. And pedestrians are another issue, because at that very same intersection, there's a crosswalk with the blinking lights if people choose to use them or not. It's I've been surprised several times with people just deciding to walk across. You really have to be careful. The speed limit on Northport is 35 miles an hour. I went over there one morning and checked it during commuter time. It's very, very busy. And I think the proponents, coffee shop, great idea, no problem with that. It's just the entering and leaving that could turn out to be pretty dangerous if there isn't a little more thought put into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Let me add, Don Bruns also registered in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. So any questions of our registrants? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question for Allison. Allison, you were referring to a lot of visual landmarks in your description, and I got confused because I'm not really exactly familiar with what shops are where. In what direction is the Walgreens from the proposed coffee shop? Is that west?
Yes, it would be west.
Okay, now it
Yes.
makes more sense to me.
Yes. And Marsha is completely correct about the speed on Northport. It's really 35 going on 45 to 50.
Right.
And then,
That wasn't my question, but thank you for the information about the landmarks. Now it
yeah,
makes more sense to me.
it's the West.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Alder Heck. Did you have any further questions, Alder?
I wouldn't mind asking a question of the applicant.
Okay. John Bruns?
Or is that who spoke earlier? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry. John, so what's your reaction to what a couple of the neighbors have proposed in terms of design?
Not much other than to say that I know that this has been looked at and looked at again and looked at again. My vague recollection of what we were told in terms of the traffic flow in this configuration is it was sort of the only way to do it and conform to everything else. I would be hesitant to change the way that the current configuration is in terms of limiting or changing access to the entire shopping center without certainly consulting with some other people. But obviously, if you get into a situation where we're changing or restricting access that our tenants, customers would gain to their stores, that it is, of course, going to, if, for example, you tell Walgreens that you're no longer going to allow people to exit from, what would be directly to the west of where this coffee shop would go. Of course, it could be upsetting to them, but I would sort of yield to the quote unquote experts relative to, coming up with a better configuration that would promote more safety, both for pedestrians, vehicular, what have you. But I think that this has been looked at and looked at again and looked at again. And this is sort of what everybody came up with.
Mm-hmm. And did you, given the current configuration, was there discussion about creating some, perhaps on either side of the building, even just simple, striped markings or that would to help and other ways of indicating a pedestrian crossing to the main entrance if people are coming from either Northport or from the parking lot on the south side? Just, so they're not just randomly crossing the queue. It might help to have some, even just pavement markings, maybe some signs.
Right. That's certainly something that I don't know why we would be opposed to it. Again, I will sort of yield to the architect and the people that sort of came up with this proposal and not wanting to step on anybody's toes or suggest that we should be doing something different. But it looks to me like there's one pedestrian crossing that comes in from the east, which is, this diagram doesn't show it terribly well, but as the woman earlier spoke to, the Ace Hardware kind of side of it, which is the sort of the main sidewalk that kind of goes around the facade of the shopping center where most
right. I see that. Thanks for pointing that out.
Everything to the south is more or less parking lot. So, I get, the more sort of striped, marked pedestrian crossings, the better from a safety standpoint. But I guess I look at it from the perspective that people are probably going to be coming at this thing from 360 degrees in reality. There's a sidewalk to the north on Northport Drive. There are other interior sidewalks just to the left of the drive that kind of split the Walgreens and the main that drive that leads out by their entrance.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt we would be opposed to any of it. And certainly if it's just striping and things that, or signage or those types of items. But I kind of feel like with this project, every time something's come in, it's sort of, you're trying to solve one problem and then it creates another one. So
right. I'm really only asking about the simpler solution, what I'll call it. and if you were open to some of that, and if you had any information about it. So I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Thank you, John. Any further questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Questions of staff. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Colin, could you remind us, you said briefly that traffic engineering had reviewed this. Can you remind us what you said and whether they shared any of these concerns with the difficulty of pedestrians getting there or the possible implications of additional traffic at that intersection?
Yeah, this actually was iteration probably 3 or 4, trying to determine what the traffic pattern should be. As I noted before, staff has concerns about those potential conflict points between pedestrians and traffic. But when traffic engineering reviewed this proposal, they found that it is acceptable. The entry, the queuing within the drive-through, and then the exit with the signage were at least an acceptable way to move traffic through the site, according to traffic engineering staff.
Thank you. Is that formally noted in their comments, or is that more or less of an informal reporting of their?
Yeah, had they found it to be, an unacceptable situation, their conditions would have reflected that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Mendez.
Yeah, it's probably for Colin. So Colin, looking at the map or the drawings for C3, it has 2 ways to enter the queue for the drive-through. I think I'm surprised traffic engineering wasn't too concerned about the entry off of Northport. That one being a fairly short queue, although there's not really a whole lot of space in the lot to turn people around probably efficiently. But I think to the Allison's point earlier too, if I'm correct, most of the traffic is on the exit closer to Ace Hardware than Walgreens, correct? From the way this traffic pattern is, would that be correct?
Yeah. So just the traffic coming in off Northport would likely come in the driveway between the proposed building and Walgreens here to the west. It would turn in this way. If there's traffic coming from elsewhere on site, it would come from the south and then turn in here, circle counterclockwise around the building, and then when you get to the pickup window, you would then exit out likely towards the Ace Hardware. Some drivers may choose to turn right here and then exit through the rest of the site again.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Commissioner Mendez? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
So, Colin, it appears to me that most individuals that would come to the site would likely, if the pickup window is on the south side of the building, wouldn't they exit on the other curb opening on Northport rather than the curb opening that they would potentially come into, which would be more adjoining to the Walgreens, I guess. If they have to circle the building, it doesn't look like they haven't picked up their coffee yet. So it looks like that they would exit. So I don't, those individuals that may stop there and go into the walk-up window may exit through the joint Walgreens coffee shop curb opening, but most individuals that would use the drive-up window, I would think that they would exit the other curb opening.
Yes. I think if I had said that differently, I apologize. Vehicles using the drive-through would come along the south side of the building and then exit this direction. But vehicles that have parked here, the patrons have used the walk-up window, could potentially exit that way, but I believe that would probably be a rare occurrence and would otherwise exit to the west.
I guess the question I would have is, what's the percentage of people using the walk-up versus the drive-up? And I'm assuming that most individuals, probably obviously more than 50%, probably more than 70%, would be using the drive-up window. But I would have to ask the applicant that question. The other question I had, and I proposed this to staff, was instead of that a permanent sidewalk be constructed along the north side of the building adjoining the parking stalls, raised sidewalk there rather than striping, because I thought that would be more safe for individuals that would park and walk up to the walk-up window for coffee. And I think they agreed with that, but that would be, if we do move this forward, that would be a recommendation I would have for that. Chair, could we open the public hearing again, and could I ask the question of the applicant, the percentage that they would have of the walk-up versus the drive-up?
I will ask other commissioners, any concern with reopening the public hearing? I'm seeing shake heads. No. Okay. I will reopen the public hearing and ask then that John Bruns be brought back. And you have a question then, Commissioner Cantrell, of John Bruns? Okay.
Yes, thank you. So my question is, what's the percentage of individuals that would use the walk-up window versus the drive-up window?
So kind of representing the landlord in this situation, obviously, I don't have an exact number for you. My inclination would be to sort of agree with the numbers you were throwing out there. I'm sure that more than 70% of their customers would utilize the drive-through window versus parking and walking in or using the walk-up window. But I'd be speculating.
Okay. The other question I raise, and the condition I would suggest if this moves forward, is a raised sidewalk along the north side of the building adjoining the parking stalls, and that would provide a bumper stop as well as a safe pedestrian walk to the walk-up window.
So were you asking a question with that?
Yes.
I'm interpreting that asking John, do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions, Commissioner Kent?
No, I don't have any others. Thank you.
Okay, while the public hearing is open, I'm going to ask other commissioners, do you have any further questions of any of the registrants before I again close the public hearing? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Any further questions of staff? Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, I wanted to know from staff, is it possible to identify another property, once again, sort of a coffee establishment or fast food restaurant that has sort of a similar layout? The reason I ask this is because I think of, when I look at this, I think of two other properties that seem to have, once again, some of the same problems here. As Commissioner Cantrell pointed out, sort of the circular motion that vehicles can take sort of around the building. There was a fast food restaurant that has a clown as its mascot. I won't say its name, but it's closed now. It used to be at Stoughton Road, and I think it's Kingsman Boulevard. It's over by Madison Area Technical College, the Truax campus. But that had a layout where literally you would have to circle the building in your vehicle to use the drive-through window. And it was just horrific. You go there, you can get your coffee or whatever, but bad design from the very beginning. This seems to have some of that element. The other site that reminds me again of this is a new location, a Starbucks on Stoughton and Flum Road. It's fairly new. Someone else mentioned sort of queuing, and that's the brand new Starbucks. At many times during the day, the queuing goes out into sort of a side road, all the way deep into the parking lot and that sort of thing. So I do have concerns with this site for, again, the circular motion that vehicles can take in terms of going around the site. Again, that pedestrian vehicle interaction, and then also in terms of queuing. It looks very nice on paper, but as I said, at Starbucks, the brand new one, you get in the middle of the day and it just piles up really fast. Maybe that's just, again, sort of part and parcel of having, once again, sort of a coffee establishment, but that's a concern. And I have to say, going back to Commissioner Fernandez, his comment, I don't really like the fact that traffic did not provide a clearer sort of, once again, sort of position on this, saying sort of, I'm sorry.
Commissioner, did you have a question then of staff?
Yeah, if Mr. Punt could identify, if you can think of any other location in the city that's similar to this one, so that this, again, otherwise this one seems like it's really standing out on its own. If we can identify something that already exists and that it's been functioning fairly safely, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shepherd.
I may look to Kevin as well here, or Tim, but I can think of a similar Mocha in a parking lot on Mineral Point Road. I don't know if that one has as much circling of the building as this one does. I can't say for sure. But also the recently approved Popeyes on Odana Road did not have the drive-through go completely around the building, but kind of wraps about 3/4 of the building. And that one, the commissioner asked for an example that has been operating, and that one obviously has not. So I can't say how well that will go or not.
Thank you. I don't see that Kevin or Tim have their hand. Kevin does. Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I off the top of my head, I don't have too many examples that I can point to of that, other than the ones that Colin just raised. I think those were good ones. I was thinking of there is a fast food drive-through on East Washington where due to building placement, it actually doesn't go around the building. There's a circle around the parking lot, so there's a loop, but it doesn't go around the building. That's a bit of an abnormal circulation pattern compared to some of the other ones. But that's the only one that came to mind. I think this business actually has a facility or establishment, I should say, on East Washington. I'm not sure how that compares to this site either. So, Colin, push it over to me, but I don't have too much more than beyond the examples provided up front.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, moving on, Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you. Chair, can I respond to Colin's point about the MOCA on Mineral Point?
This is really a time for questions.
Right. I have a question, but I just...
Yeah, okay. Go ahead with your question, please.
Okay, that's my question. I'll say that one for later. My question for Colin is still for you. Looking at Commissioner Cantrell's request for a sidewalk along that north side of the building, would that go against city recommendations for ADA access? Because I know some places are going towards the flat entry, so you don't have a curb to navigate. Would that cause some sort of issue with them having to go back to get that approved?
So I'm sorry, I keep stop sharing my screen, but I will do it one more time here. I actually believe they are showing a ramp up to the building and to the existing patio. So I think it would just include a relocation of any ADA ramps and to make the entire site compliant.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if there's anyone here from traffic engineering that can speak to it, but I know a lot of the comments about foot traffic is in relation to assumed guests of the coffee shop, but it's not my district. The alder whose district it is here. I know that there's a lot of foot traffic by nearby Northport Packard townhomes, lots of kids. One of our speakers spoke to the crosswalk with flashing lights, and I'm wondering if there's any analysis on like impact to the community versus impact to those who are frequenting the business, if that makes any sense. Does it?
Colin.
I do not. I don't have the necessary knowledge to answer that one. I think that would. Yeah, we
Chair, would it be appropriate of me to ask a question of Alder Miadze?
I think to get that on the record, I think that would be fine. Alder, do you have an answer to Alder Curry's?
I'm sorry, my item did not come up yet, so I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Hi, Alder Miadze. In a lot of the conversations we've been having, I know folks were in finance as well. So foot traffic along Northport, and we're talking about some traffic concerns. Most of the concerns noted or asked about tonight, I think, was for foot traffic to the walk-up window or to frequent the business. But knowing the nearby housing, low-income housing, family housing, was wondering if there were any concerns or impacts that were brought up regarding neighbors and impact to those who don't have access to transportation and walk and shop within that area.
Well, to my knowledge, there's not been, I know that they have that flashing beacon, and I've seen traffic pretty much, it's pretty fast on Northport, but when they have that flashing beacon, people generally do slow down. So as far as accidents, dealing with people crashing into pedestrians crossing the street has not really been an issue. So the flow of traffic hasn't really been too much of an issue during when people are crossing. They not only do they have that, but they have the crossing, the stoplights down at the corner. So due to the flashing beacons in front of Packard's apartments, and also with the lights, there hasn't been an issue with pedestrians being hit so far this year.
Thank you. Can I clarify the corner? Is that Sherman and Northport that you're referring to?
Sherman and Northport, exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Or
Chair.
even at McDonald's too. So there's another stoplight up there.
Thank you, Alder Miadze,
Thank you
for that information. Thank you, Alder Curry. Are there further questions? Further questions of staff? I would be looking then for a motion. Colin?
Yeah, I just wanted to note for the record that this is actually District 12 and not 18. So Alder Miazzi's district is across the street.
Across the street. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I am looking then for a motion, please. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, this is more of a tough one than I thought. And I just can't wrap my head around, or my hands or my arms around the circulation on this site. So I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find that this does not meet Standard 5, which gets at the traffic circulation and pedestrian safety on a development. I think that this provides because we have traffic circulating the building, we potentially have pedestrians coming to and from the site. I just don't think it's appropriate for this location, and inconsistent with that condition. So I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission put this on file without prejudice.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepherd. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak further to your motion?
I think I said it all when I made the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments? Commissioner or Alder Paulson.
Actually, I'm going to defer a little bit. I'd like to hear what some other folks say.
Okay.
But I will come back.
Okay. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion, but I would offer advice to the applicant that it may be that the current traffic design could work, but I really think that the safety concerns that have been brought up, both for pedestrians, well, I guess primarily pedestrians coming from any angle, and which they might need to be addressed. And I don't know, a combination of sidewalk treatments. How do people get from the parallel parking stalls on the south to the walk-up window? They have to cross 2 lanes of traffic potentially. I'm actually not so worried about the queuing. I think that this site is oblong enough that, and if you look at sheet L1, it looks like, a dozen cars or well more than that could queue without spilling into blocking traffic. I'd say 15 or 20 even, but I do think the safety concerns need to be addressed more deliberately. And I think there's some options, but there might be others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to support the motion, and maybe this goes without saying, but I would like to recommend that traffic engineering take a more detailed look at that in light of our comments, and make some recommendations to make this as safe as possible. I do have some concerns even with regard to its conformance with master planning, but I do understand that this does not really represent redevelopment in that way. But I'll reserve those comments because I think this is the appropriate decision right now to place it to recommend it be placed on file and reviewed by traffic engineering, just strictly from the circulation standpoint.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Much of what I was going to say already has been said, but I did want to share a comment about the vitality, or knowing that this process was already held up and was not finished from our last meeting, of not discouraging business, specifically a coffee shop in a place that I agree with Allison, I believe, her comments of very much wanting to be in support, hearing a lot of that from Northside residents of having a coffee area in close proximity. So I do agree that there are safety concerns, but also I'm very much in support of the coffee shop in this specific place.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I would actually prefer that. I'm not in support of placing on file, but I'm not going to belabor that because I think sounds like I'm going to be in the minority in that position. I know this lot a little bit, and the traffic there, because of the way the median works and where traffic is coming from, I'm not sure you can do much better. I think we can, I don't think that we understand it enough to say that conclusively, and I think that we need better information from traffic engineering here. I admit that following that traffic flow, with the moon launch that was supposed to happen this morning, I'm a big space nerd, and they do a lot of these kind of loop orbits. You go around the moon once to pick up speed and come back, and this one felt a lot like that. You sort of orbit around to get up to speed to be able to launch off onto Northport, and there's only some way you can go. So it is a really confusing pattern, but I think the pedestrians are going to be on the other side of that entryway, because if you look at where the sidewalk comes across Northport, I think they're on the other side from where that kind of entry into the queue is, and so I think we might be okay there. But there's other there's certainly so many other places that pedestrians may be crossing. So I think we probably do just need a better sort of animation or walkthrough of here's 5 scenarios for where pedestrians are coming from to make sure that we're safer, because there's just a lot going on in this lot.
Okay, thank you, Alder. It looks like Kevin has something that he wants to contribute. Kevin?
I see Alder Abbas has his hands up, so I will defer to Alder Abbas, but I will speak afterwards.
Okay, sounds good. Alder Abbas.
Thank you so much. I was driving the car to Chicago and I heard most of the discussion, and then I have to hang up as I get close to downtown. So now I'm pulled over, so I'm all safe and I can discuss. So I appreciate all of you for your comments. On the north side, it's been take over a year on this project, and I think so. Beside entrance and pedestrian discussion, I will leave on a commission to decide how they want to proceed forward. But there is overwhelmingly support for the concept of coffee shop. The area on Northport, and especially this particular area, is much needed to have some sort of activity, especially coffee. This area is really missing those opportunities, and we don't get those type of coffee shop or restaurant or small opportunities very often. So I am extremely supportive of that, and I will extremely encourage the commission to look into possibility to approve these. And if there are major concerns, I will really suggest we should refer it rather than place on file if the commission is deciding not to approve this project. So that would be my 2 cents, and happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Alder. Did any of the commission have any follow-up questions for Alder Abbas? I think he's in a pulled over right now. Now might be a good time to ask if you have questions for Alder Abbas. Seeing no raised hands, we will then move back to Kevin. Kevin.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, based on some of the questions or comments on the motion, I just wanted to clarify that place on file is essentially a denial, and it would require a new application. Traffic engineering would not review the proposal again if it were placed on file. They would review it if a new proposal was brought forward. So referral would be an action where the plan commission or where the traffic engineering could review and provide additional comments, but placed on file, they would not see it again. So I just wanted to clarify that, as that was part of a few commissioners' comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Based on the Alder's comments and many of the comments of the commission, and I don't object to a coffee shop being located here. I guess I'm concerned about the layout of this one and the conflicts that this one poses on that general area for pedestrians and for just people coming and going to that site. So I would withdraw my motion if the second will withdraw their second and refer this item to a future Plan Commission meeting. And I don't know what the date would be, but it's going to have to be probably further out so that traffic engineering can work with the applicant to come up with a different site plan to address the concerns, the conflicts that have been raised with pedestrians and traffic circulation in and around the site and on the site, because I think that's the biggest concern I have. And I think that most of the commission members have as well. So if that would be appropriate, I would do that.
I am going to ask for a ruling by Kevin. Under Robert's rules, would he be doing a substitute motion?
Yes, I believe once the motion is made and seconded, it belongs to the body.
The body, right.
So we could have a substitute motion that would be made. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. So could you go ahead with that substitute motion?
Can I then substitute my earlier motion to refer this item to a future meeting to address the traffic circulation and pedestrian and traffic conflicts into and on the site for the coffee shop?
And then we would need a second for that. Seconded by Commissioner Shepherd. And then we would be voting, I believe, on the substitute. And I'm looking again to Kevin, vote on the substitute, and then that obliterates the first motion. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe there would actually be two motions. One would be a motion of the body for this to replace the original motion, and then the second would be on the substance of the motion itself.
Okay. So then we need a vote that this would replace that initial motion. So discussion on that. Any discussion on that? Alder Miadzi, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I just wanted to elaborate on my fellow colleague, Saeed Abbas, as far as, a lot of businesses on the north side are closing, or whether it might be Benvenutos and other things. I think it's important. I definitely support Commissioner Cantrell's motion to definitely to look at this further and address some of the safety concerns, because that is huge to actually have something to revitalize business on the north side here. So I definitely would love to see this referred and taken care of. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, so we will, any discussion on the substitute, on substituting this motion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And now my understanding is we vote on the substance of the substitute, which is to refer. We do not, I did not hear that Commissioner Cantrell indicated a date for this to come back. And I assume then that would be up to the applicant and their ability to get the information that they need and work with traffic engineering. Any discussion on the substance of this motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hand, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The next items on our agenda are items 16 through 18. They are related, and we will consider them together as one public hearing. And then following the public hearing, the Plan Commission will make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. So the first is agenda item 16, Legistar 72439, creating Madison General Ordinances to rezone properties located at 102 South Sprecher Road, 3rd Alder District from temporary agriculture, district to traditional residential urban 1 district. Agenda item 17, Legistar 72211, located at 102 South Sprecher Road, 3rd Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed traditional residential urban 1 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units to allow construction of a 4-story 106-unit apartment building. Agenda item 18, Legistar 72215, approving a certified survey map of property owned by RWW 4605 Sprecher Road LLC, located at 102 South Sprecher Road, 3rd Alder District. And our staff presentation is going to be by Tim Parks. Tim.
Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. Items 16 through 18 deal with a 5-acre property located at the southwestern corner of South Sprecher Road and Milwaukee Street that was attached to the city of Madison from the town of Blooming Grove earlier this year. The applicant is seeking to zone the property from Temp A to TRU1 and seeking approval of a conditional use in the proposed TRU1 district to construct a 4-story 160-unit apartment building. They will also be dividing the property to create a lot for the proposed apartment building, as well as to dedicate a north-south street that will parallel South Sprecher Road, adjacent to a greenway, City of Madison Greenway that forms the western boundary of the property currently. And we'll also create an outlot for an undetermined use, probably for future development. It just needs to be disclosed on the face of the certified survey map. Staff has reviewed this project and believes that the standards for approval can be met. Staff believes that the proposed TRU1 zoning district and conditional use proposal to construct the 160-unit apartment building are generally consistent with the adopted plan recommendations for the site and its surroundings in both the 2018 comprehensive plan and in the Sprecher neighborhood development plan. Staff does not believe that the proposed use should have an adverse impact on uses, values, and enjoyment, nor do we have any indication from reviewing agencies that city services will be unduly impacted. Staff is recommending revisions to the proposed building to make it better reflect some of the design recommendations for the site in the Sprecher neighborhood development plan. And those are reflected in Planning Division staff condition number 1, that the applicant work with staff prior to final approval and permitting to incorporate a pedestrian entrance to the building from a public sidewalk along Sprecher Road or Milwaukee Street, and work to provide entrances to ground floor dwelling units from the Sprecher and Milwaukee sidewalks consistent with the design recommendations, like I said, in the Sprecher neighborhood development plan. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I will open the public hearing. We do have a registrant, Jeff Davis, North Carroll Street, in support, wishing to speak, representing Angus Young. Jeff, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'll just quickly kind of walk through the plans. I think everyone's had a chance to review them. So next slide. The property, as Tim mentioned, is on the northeastern parcel, so on the southwest side of Milwaukee Street and Sprecher Road. Next slide. And this is the current lot. So again, this is just an aerial facing to the southwest. Next slide. Some existing site pictures. You can see the site has a lot of pine and then a lot of scrub brush. We did do a tree survey of the current site and identified anything that was worth keeping, which there was really nothing that was of value to the project. Next slide. Next. So as Tim mentioned, this is a 160 unit development. It is 4 stories. We're providing 166 total parking stalls, 93 underground, 75 on the surface. And we have 180 bike parking stalls. And on top of that, we'll have full-time on-site management, security plan, site lighting, and cameras throughout the site. Next slide. All right, so just to walk through the site plan on the western edge, so we are making a connection to Driscoll Drive. We have the new north-south street, which does not have a name yet. That will be the main entrance off of Milwaukee Street, and then eventually would continue to a future development to the south. We have an access drive to the south of our site that is from Sprecher Road, and then our parking lot, which is kind of in the center of our site. So our building fronts the Sprecher Milwaukee corner, which we felt is the prominent piece of the site. And so you'll see in the imagery that becomes the most prominent architecturally part of the building as well. We have our main entrance from parking is off the back, and it's in the inside corner. So we have a series of semi-private spaces for residents and an entry that's in the corner. The entrance to the parking garage would be in the southwest side of the left side of the L, if you will. There's a pretty significant grade drop. So from the northeast to the southeast, it's about 12 feet. Next slide. And then you can just kind of flip through these. This is the Milwaukee and Sprecher Street. So we'll see a patio, and the corner is all building amenities. So we have a coffee shop, business lounge amenity in the corner, and an entrance into the building, which is one of the staff comments that will be addressed, that we've basically added an entrance underneath the canopy that would be from the bus stop and from the intersection. This is the view down Milwaukee Street, and one of the staff comments, which Tim, I don't know if we have that PDF, but I can show the walk-up units if that question comes up. But we did provide walk-up units along Milwaukee Street to fit with the Sprecher Milwaukee plan. Did we lose me?
Okay. And Jeff was our only speaker. Are there any questions of him? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Jeff, does the proposal include construction of that unnamed north-south road?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our registrant? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions of staff? I see no raised hand. Commissioner Fernandez.
So the connection of that unnamed north-south road to the south occurring at a bit of an angle, that is consistent with our street planning in the area?
Yes, we've taken a look at that. That was a concern that was raised during the pre-application work that staff did with the development team, and they have provided an exhibit to staff internally that shows that the connection that is planned to eventually go from where it will leave off at the southern edge of this site southeasterly to Sprecher Road can be built when the property to the south develops, or when that if that property develops, that street could be extended.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you, Chair. So Tim, this is probably for you. Just want to confirm that one of the concerns raised was the impact for traffic there, and there was a traffic impact analysis done with this, correct? That said the stop signs are adequate for the increased traffic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions, Commissioner Mendez? No. Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I will first recommend that the Plan Commission find that the zoning map amendment rezoning 102 South Sprecher Road from temporary ag to TR-U1 to the Common Council with a favorable recommendation.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Paulson. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
I just think that this is consistent with our comprehensive plan and the neighborhood plan within the area, the zoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hand, motion passes unanimously. And now we need a motion on 17, agenda item 17. Commissioner Cantrell. You're muted, Commissioner.
I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for the conditional use are met and approve the multiple family dwelling with greater than 60 units in the TR-U1 zoning to allow the construction of a 4-story, 160 unit apartment building.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Paulson. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, just briefly, I think this is consistent with the neighborhood plan within the area and the comprehensive plan and the need for housing, which this city desperately needs. So, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, did you have something you wanted to say?
Just a quick clarification that motion was intended to be subject to the recommended conditions in the staff report.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion of the motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. And now agenda item 18 and certified survey map. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, and lastly, I'll recommend that the Plan Commission forward the certified survey map to divide 102 South Sprecher Road into one lot for the proposed apartment development and one outlot to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval.
And do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Paulson. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin.
And again, just confirming subject to the recommended conditions.
Yes, all my motions are subject to the conditions of staff approval. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless we see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Now we're on to zoning map amendments and related requests. Agenda items 19 and 20 are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following our public hearing, we shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Agenda item 19, Legistar 72876, creating Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of properties located at 4000 through 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue, 18th Alder District, from temporary agriculture district to traditional residential consistent 3, and changing the zoning of properties located at 4000 through 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue, 18th Alder District, from temporary agriculture district to traditional residential varied 2, and changing the zoning of properties located at 4000 through 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue, 18th Alder District, from temporary agriculture to traditional residential urban 1, and changing the zoning of properties located at those same addresses from temporary agriculture district to conservancy, and changing the zoning of those same properties also in the 18th Alder District from temporary agriculture district to commercial corridor transitional district. And agenda item 20, Legistar 72365, approving the preliminary plat of Ramish Farm Development on property addressed as 4000 through 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue, 18th Alder District. And we will have a presentation by Colin Punt. Colin.
Thank you again, Chair Zellers. The applicant is requesting approval of the zoning map amendment and preliminary plat for the future development of about 64 acres of land generally located in what is referred to as the Ramish Farm. The plat includes now includes 76 single-family residential lots, 6 lots for multifamily building, 2 lots for mixed-use or commercial development, a lot for urban agriculture, and outlots for a public park, a private park, and a stormwater facility. In general, the staff believes that the standards for subdivision approvals are met, and that the proposed preliminary plat is also consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Northport Warner Park Sherman neighborhood plans. This proposal or versions of this proposal have been seen by this body on several occasions before. The most significant change to the previous version of this proposal is the creation of Lot 76, which is a 10.2 acre parcel to remain zoned agriculture district and be used for urban agriculture uses. This would likely require cooperation with a community partner who would operate and manage the gardens. There is a wetland area of approximately 1.9 acres within the lot. The total area of Lot 76, excluding the wetland and a 30-foot no grading buffer, is approximately 7.5 acres that could be used for cultivation. And then the additional 0.9 acres within that 30-foot buffer, which would be limited to perennials, but could be planted. An attachment following attachment that came with the staff report compares the size of several different urban agriculture locations at the same scale for illustrative purposes. Related to urban agriculture is farmland preservation. This is a topic widely discussed in relation to this proposal. The comprehensive plan clearly states that peripheral growth should occur first in areas that are served by utilities, with secondary consideration to other areas in the central urban service area. Planning staff believe that because there is a longstanding land use recommendation for the development of the Ramish Farm, because it's situated to be served by utilities and city infrastructure, and because it is surrounded by existing development on 3 sides, that the plat would promote the city's goals for compact growth and in turn, future farmland preservation. Regarding the potential for sound from the future F-35s at nearby Truax Field, the applicant is strongly encouraged to include noise attenuation measures in the construction of future development. a restriction on the plat will prohibit residential development in the 2 lots entirely within the 65 decibel ISO line until 2027. Staff is aware that the applicant has discussed the potential establishment of a tax increment financing district with the Economic Development Division. If it is established, more specific noise mitigation techniques could likely be required as part of an agreement for financial support within that TID. Lastly, recent public comment has brought up the issues of bicycle routes on platted streets and street widths. Because the streets in the plat are all local streets with low anticipated traffic volumes, traffic engineering staff would not recommend bike lanes on the streets in the plat. The addition of bike lanes in these situations can actually cause more speeding due to wider streets. And then finally, the subdivision chapter of the city code requires right-of-ways to be a minimum of 66 feet wide if adjacent to major parking generators, such as large multifamily buildings, while a 60-foot right-of-way, which is shown for all streets except for the one block of Sunfield closest to Packers Avenue, will allow for 2-sided on-street parking. It may be more limited than what would be allowed with a 66-foot right-of-way. Traffic engineering and city engineering staff have no issues with the right-of-way widths as shown on the plat. But should the Plan Commission find that the 60 feet right-of-ways are acceptable, the Commission should make a finding that the public interest is secured in granting a waiver to the street width requirements in the subdivision code. And should the Commission find that a wider street, such as the 66-foot wide right-of-way in those areas are necessary, a condition to that effect should be added as well. I know that was a lot, and I will be around to answer questions, as I'm sure there will be some.
Okay. Thank you, Colin. And we do have registrants for this item. The first registrant, Joel Oliver, 4565 McKee Road, St. Louis, Missouri, in support, wishing to speak, representing Green Street Development. Joel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Will you please go to the next slide? As Colin said, we've been here a couple of times, and as we've acknowledged in the past, we consider ourselves to be a partner with the city and with the community, and as such, have listened to a lot of feedback. And have patiently waited as the city's stance on how to develop with the jet noise situation has evolved. So we're happy to be here now that the city has established some precedent with the redevelopment of the Bimbo site. You can go to the next slide, please. So we're attempting to accomplish several things. We're delivering a mix of housing options through single-family, townhouses, and multifamily development at various price points, being market rate, workforce housing, which does not use tax credits, is not subsidized, but is generally achievable and accessible to a teacher or a first responder. And our modified plan that we've gone through various iterations of still has the commercial piece, donating the 3.5 acres to the school for the outdoor classroom, and maintains this acreage for the urban agriculture also. We are still voluntarily putting the restrictive items on the plat as before, and are looking to follow the same kind of roadmap that the council used for the redevelopment of the Bimbo site. Next slide, please. For those of you that may not have been here in the previous iterations of this exhibit, we find to be useful. On the right side of the screen where the blue hatching is the area of the site within the 65 decibel line. We are not contemplating any residential development there at all. Those are commercial uses, hence the notes that we are continuing to leave on the plat. The multifamily areas to the west of that would have the sound attenuation. And then the largest change that Colin noted is keeping the agricultural space along Sherman. We're continuing to have conversations with groups within Madison to be able to hopefully develop that into a continued asset for the neighborhood. It just so happens that my master's degree is in urban planning, and my thesis was in barriers to the reintegration of urban agriculture. So I'm not just somebody throwing this on here because it looks good. It's something that has always been close and dear to us. So we're happy to be able to do that and to continue to work with everybody with a plan that has really evolved into something that very closely matches the future land use plan through the neighborhood plan and comprehensive plan. So happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you. The next registrant is Michelle Ellinger Lindley, Hanover Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Michelle, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks so much. I don't have anything profound to say tonight. Obviously, this is the 4th time that we've come to Plan Commission for this property. We've been working for a couple of years on the Ramish Farm Work Group. For a time, we did collaborate really closely with Green Street Development, and a lot of the stuff that you see on that plat are things that we advocated for. But after 2 years of this, nothing really is significantly different here than it was in February. I'm sort of flabbergasted that the planning department and staff are still pushing for this, given that nothing has really changed. The concerns about the F-35s, the potential for another use of this land, it's just kind of odd to me. And I'm sort of tired. I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of making the same arguments, and that's about it. So I oppose the rezoning. I think you should keep it an ag. I think the benefit of the community lies in keeping it an ag for now. And the risk and the detriment to the community lies in approving the rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. The next registrant is Kit Becker, Pond Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Kit, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I completely agree with Michelle. I can't believe that this is being proposed, that it continuously is being proposed. I see, I have a question. Is there an equivalent to this anywhere in the city of 65 acres in a kind of a landlocked, high crime area?
This isn't question and answer. This is a time for you to testify.
Okay. I didn't understand that. All right. It's astounding to me. There have been 3 killings in the last 2 months within a mile of this property. And there are numerous incidents in this area of a criminal nature. I think that the people that will inhabit this, all this huge development, will be prey to the criminal element. They're licking their chops about it. I think opening up 2 streets in Whitetail Ridge is going to open us up to more crime. And I just think it's a terrible idea. As I've said in writing and verbally, right now there's 0 police calls to the cornfields. That's going to change. I think it's a decision that will be regretted if it's made.
Thank you, Kit. The next registrant is Allison Lindsay Mayers, Comanche Way, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Allison, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to belabor the point that this is the 4th rendition of a plan that has changed little over the last 3 years. It is not going to be affordable housing, as has been asserted, because the lots on Portage Road are selling for about $130,000, and lots further north on Sherman Avenue are selling for $160,000. So these will be at least $100,000. Then building a house will cost about $250,000 to $300,000. So these are not homes for our lower income neighbors. We've got proposals on this agenda for keeping land available for cultivation, and given climate change, I think that it would be important to try and keep more in city land available for growing our own foods. Noise is going to be an issue at Ramish. I live a mile away and it's not 65. I've recorded 80 decibels. And we are only about 6 or 9 months away from having the F-35s in town. I don't understand why we need to make a decision right now. I understand that the Plan Commission doesn't have to listen or act on such comments as personal comments, and that they will find that the proposal meets the requirements. But this is really, we could just wait until the F-35s get here to see whether they really have an impact on the noise. And the Northsiders have opposed this from the very beginning. So I ask that you deny the zoning and plat proposals for this Ramish farm tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Our next registrant is Wayne Johnson, Pond Street, Madison opposed, wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes, Wayne. Is Wayne Johnson muted on our end, unmuted on our end?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have the same feelings as a lot of our neighbors on this side of town as I walk around the neighborhood with why this property is coming up for a vote again. Nothing has really changed here. The biggest thing for me is to continue to be on behalf of the citizens of this city that we don't have an environmental impact study yet for the F-35s. We can look to past studies, which are old studies. They're not of relevance today. And until those studies are done, I oppose this property even being thought of to be rezoned. A lot of the alders that have been on these calls, Alder Abbas is in alignment with not approving this until the environmental study can be done. I think Alder Curry may have lived in an area where the L train was and the loud noise of that and voted no against this as well. So I would highly recommend those on the call tonight not to put this thing or push this thing through, but morally to let it stand as is until the city themselves can get their own environmental impact study done to see the impact on this side of the city and what it's going to mean for the rest of the city. So I please would recommend that you think hard and long and place this on file until this environmental study can be done for the city of Madison to know its impact. We do not need to put this ahead of the horse, ahead of the cart, as one might say. And others have said, let's leave this as agricultural land for a cooperative to feed the community with a land that's agricultural. We don't need to change it on this side of Madison. And like I said, this is the 4th or 5th time that this has come up for vote. So I highly recommend you vote it down until an environmental impact study can be made for the city of Madison. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Our next registrant is Marcia Cannon, Cherokee Circle, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Marcia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm pleased to be back here again talking about Ramish Farm. As you know, I'm a volunteer member of a citizens group, Ramish Farm Work Group. And we've been looking at this for over 2.5 years. I think Colin Punt covered the bike lane issue, which was a concern to me. But if you look at the map I sent in, it's a straight shot from Ann Hall, south of Whitetail Ridge Park, to Lakeview School with only one crossroad. I don't see how that's going to be a really busy, dangerous pathway, but regardless, that can be decided later. I think that noise compatibility issue is my biggest concern. The Dane County is updating the noise compatibility plan for the airport, which will identify non-compatible uses. And the map that they're supposed to be producing must address two timeframes: the year of submission, that would be this year for Green Street, and a forecast year that is at least 5 years following the year of submission. So factors that are likely to require changes in the current decibel contour map that the developer refers to in note 3 on plan sheet 1. The F-35 fighter jets arrive in spring 2023. They're also expanding the airport. It's a big mess right now, but don't be surprised if it becomes considered an international airport with more noise. Since we currently don't know what parcels may come within the 65 decibel contour estimate, but we will know in the next few months, we hope, waiting makes a lot of sense. The other thing I'd like to point out is that Ramish Farm is not Bimbo Bakery. Bimbo was an industrial site abandoned for 2 years, 3 years. Ramish Farm is productive farmland. The developer at Ramish is a nonprofit. Green Street is a corporation based in St. Louis, Missouri. I think their goal is to make money. This is a much bigger site. It's not on the bus rapid transit line proposed at the moment. We're talking about bringing 600 to 1,300 housing units to Ramish Farm, per the staff report. That's a lot of people and a lot of traffic. Has there been a traffic study done? I didn't see one in the staff report. I could have missed it. While Green Street is not talking about public financing, there's discussion of setting out a TID district, tax incremental district. I'm not sure how advisable that is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but maybe this should be postponed until that's decided. I'd really like to know if mitigation is going to be required or just depending upon how the developer feels. Leave it in ag and let's move.
Thank you, Marcia. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Joan Bell Call. Ash Lane Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Representing LEAD, Environmental Nature Wildlife Group of Nextdoor. The next registrant is Terry Bell. Nishishan Trail, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. And Anita Ware, 20 Gulf Parkway, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. This is a question for Joel. There's been mention of TIF funds. What would be the application of the TIF funds? What would be the need of this development for TIF funds?
We've worked closely with city staff on how the city approached the redevelopment of the Bimbo site and what variables were important to them there. Previously, we had worked with the planning department to put the two notes on the plat about the sound issues, and it was the city's stance that if we pursued a TID district, as was done with Bimbo, that would give the city more kind of insight into how that sound attenuation was done. So the intention and direction was, kind of the city to help ensure those sound attenuation measures, and we're happy to pursue that. How the city guides us, it's a little different scenario because Bimbo was 100% inside the 65 decibel lines, and all of our residential is outside of the 65 decibel lines. But we consider ourselves a partner with the city and are working with them the way that they see most advisable.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm really, if I understand correctly, you're saying that the development itself does not have a need for public funding. other than the public funding could be used to increase sound attenuation measures beyond what you would otherwise install. Is that correct, or is there some other shortfall that TID funds would be used for?
So that's a complicated answer. The short answer being we're very early in the process of approving that. We normally would not, have had those kind of conversations yet. The additional cost of the sound attenuation, would need the TID would. We believe that is necessary to fill that gap. And then it is an incredible amount of public infrastructure to build the roads to the city standards for accessibility to the buses. We're going through that process now a little earlier than usual to bring some comfort around how exactly the sound attenuation would be met. But yes, we do believe that need would be there to get the sound attenuation to a point that staff was comfortable with.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Any further questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Colin, you raised a question about the additional right-of-way. 66 feet would be appropriate for those areas adjoining the multiple family districts. Is that correct?
Yes. So the subdivision regulations require 66 feet adjacent to areas that are large parking generators. So that would include multifamily. It's not uncommon for the city to waive that requirement for plats. If you find that that a 60-foot right-of-way is appropriate. As I noted earlier, traffic engineering and city engineering are okay with 60 feet of right-of-way. That would be usually a 32-foot wide road, which can accommodate parking on both sides, but can be tight if there's traffic.
So if the right-of-way was 66 feet, would the road width increase to 36? Or
yes, if the right-of-way increased to 66 feet, the roadway would increase to 36, and there would definitely be parking on both sides of the road then.
Okay. Thank you.
Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, there's not a TIF district around the Bimbo site right now. Maybe there's been discussion, but there's not one in place right now, or even anything nearby. I think the nearest one is probably Union Corners down the road.
Colin, did you want to confirm? Or Kevin?
I would have to, unless Colin or Tim have it handy, I'd have to just confirm with the TIF map to be sure. I can certainly do that in a moment.
I would have to look as well.
Okay. I looked at the TIF map and I didn't see one, so. Okay, thank you.
While they're doing that, did you have any other questions, Alder Paulson?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. 3 questions for staff. First of all, the zoning on the community agriculture parcel, that remains Temp A, or is there some other zoning that supports a more permanent transition to urban agriculture? So that's question 1. It sounds like that would require a community partner. In other words, just simply zoning it remaining agriculture or zoning it for community agriculture is not going to create community gardens. Is that correct? And someone would have to acquire that property and agree to whatever funding was necessary to maintain that as community gardens. So I'm just going to confirm that that's correct. And that as far as we know, that person has not stepped forward.
Why don't we go with those first two questions and then come
thanks.
back to you for the third? Colin?
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So to address your first question, the agriculture zoning district can be a permanent district. It does not need to be a temp A, and that would allow a range of agricultural uses. So it can remain zoned ag. And to your second question, to the best of my knowledge, a partner has not been identified to operate the urban agriculture or community gardens. I think what may end up happening could be a variety of different things. Troy Gardens has community garden plots, but also a CSA and a farm plot. So there could be, it's a large enough area that there could be a variety of operators on the site. But to my knowledge, there has not been one that has been identified at this point.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So my follow-up question to that is, what happens if an operator, it would need both an operator and an owner, is that correct? I mean, and if not, what does this become, either in the meantime or ultimately, if no one steps forward to acquire the property and operate it, does the developer then come back later and say, well, now let's put it into multifamily or something? I just don't quite understand what happens if nobody steps forward on this.
Mm-hmm. I think if a partner is not identified somewhat soon, it could remain under cultivation. As it is, there's still a few acres that may be enough that and a farming operation may want to still keep that under cultivation. After a certain amount of time, I suppose if no community partner for community gardens are found, that area could be replatted and rezoned. That would have to be according to the city's adopted plans. But from the sources that I've heard from regarding food policy and urban agriculture, there is a significant need for community garden space in the city. So I anticipate that it will be used for community gardening.
Okay. Thank you. I have one more sort of unrelated question, but regarding the noise impacts, I am concerned about selling lots, before anyone is able to actually hear the sounds of the F-35s. It's still speculative based on some analysis that was done that frankly is somewhat opaque to me, even though I used to be a highway sound expert. I'm still not sure what a 65 decibel day-night average really means. And there has been some convincing testimony that actually readings of 80 decibels, even 100 decibels are not uncommon. My concern, if the buyer is aware of that and that's appropriately reflected in their decision, I'm not tremendously concerned. How can we ensure disclosure to potential buyers of this of potential noise impacts that at this point are not really even known? And I guess the corollary to that is if we can't, then I am much more concerned about this proposal going forward at this time.
That is a good question. I think because we don't know what that actual sound issue will be, it's difficult to tie anything onto that. Any restriction on the plat, could be meaningless if the noise turns out not to be an issue, and then we have restrictions that for no reason.
But could there be disclosure on the plat? In other words, a note that says, this property may be impacted by F-35s. The exact impact is unknown at this time. Buyers are, this would be a recorded document that any buyer of that property would then have it disclosed to them. Has such a note been considered, or does that seem possible?
I'm gonna look to Kevin to see if there's precedent for that.
Kevin?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean there's precedent for putting notes on plats. As far as I'm not sure as far as specific for sound, I couldn't point to a proposal, but there could have been. But yes, you could have a note that's on a plat. The preliminary plat, and that's what's before the Plan Commission tonight, wouldn't get recorded. But when a final plat is recorded, Commissioner Fernandez, you're correct. That would be a recorded document, and there could be notes on the face of that plat.
I see Tim Parks wants to weigh in. Tim?
Yeah, I would just briefly note that we put similar notes on subdivision plats adjacent to limited access state or federal highways, alerting residents of the presence of high levels of highway generated noise. So I just wanted to offer that.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Did you have any other questions, Commissioner Fernandez?
No, thank you.
Okay,
no,
thank
good
you.
responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, is the 10.2 acres where the wetland is and the proposed community gardens or the agricultural area, is that being zoned ag? Will that remain in ag?
Yes, it would just remain an ag.
Okay, so we're not changing the zoning on that property?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Miazzi?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions. If you can, Colin, if you could touch on the contour of the Bimbo Bakery versus the contour of the Ramish, and just touch to the fact of using the same, going through the same TIF and trying to see about getting sound mitigation for the property.
Yeah, I can show kind of where we are looking at on the this is the city's analysis. There is a link to this in the staff report. So this is overlaid on the generalized future land use map. The green line is the 65 decibel ISO line. So this right here where my cursor is the Ramish property. There's the corner here that falls within that 65 decibel line. This red area right here is the Gardner or Bimbo Bakery site. So also, falls within that 65 decibel ISO line. There is a condition on the Gardner Bakery approval that if city funds are used or city funding is made available for that redevelopment through either TIF is one way, but also the Affordable Housing Fund, that because the city is a financial partner in that development, that we can require additional, more specific sound mitigation techniques, and those would be inspected and kind of tracked by the building inspection division during construction. So if city funding was made available to some portion of the developments in this plat, the building inspection division would track what those noise mitigation techniques are, and some of those could be conditioned by the Plan Commission as part of conditional use requests as those steps of the development process come to us.
All right. Also, too, Colin, are you familiar with the Troy Farms?
Yes.
Okay. So can you speak to the fact how it's 6 acres, the Troy farm, versus the what we're trying to allocate for to keep ag is actually 8 acres. So it's actually bigger than the Troy Farms that everybody loves on the north side.
Yep. So I did include as an appendix to the staff report. Can everyone see the Madison Urban Agricultural Comparison? These are to scale. This is the Ramish farm. So the entirety of lot 76 is 10.2 acres. There is the wetland boundary, a 30-foot buffer with no grading or annual crops, but there are plantings that are allowed there, and then a no impervious surfaces buffer. So the total area here that could be under cultivation is about 7.5 acres. Zoom out just a tiny bit here. Troy Gardens is down here, so the community gardens is about 4.9 acres as a comparison. The CSA operation is a little over 5 acres, and then the largest community garden in the city is Eagle Heights on the UW campus. That's the same total size as the proposed lot 76 minus the that wetland and buffer. But if you've driven along Lake Mendota Drive here, I'm sure you have an understanding of how large an area that is.
All right, and I guess lastly, we've probably talked about this in few other meetings, but the fact that there was a person, Groundswell, that actually reached out to probably purchase this plat for agricultural use, but we're leaving it just in case anybody comes for future ag. So if you want to speak to that, I think when we talk, I think I heard questions surrounding potential people coming forth. But if you want to speak to, there was a person, so we're just going to leave it that, just to have anybody, where there might be Groundswell, or anybody that comes forth that wants.
I'm aware of discussions between Groundswell and Green Street regarding the sale of a portion of the site. I think Groundswell wanted a considerably larger amount of the site, and it was a request that was not feasible with the plan recommendations and the need for street connectivity from planning and traffic engineering. So I think those conversations kind of fell through with that proposal. But I think the door is probably still open for partnerships with Groundswell or others. But that may be a question that the applicant may be able to expand upon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I understand we have to have 2 separate motions, one on the rezoning and one on the plat.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards are met to forward the zoning map amendments to rezone portions of 4,000 to 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue from temporary ag to TR-C3, TRV2, TRU1, CN, and CC-T, respectively, to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, and I'm speaking to the rezoning at this point in time, but then I'll speak to the plat when I make, if I can make that recommendation. This rezoning is consistent with our neighborhood plan within this area. And also it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. This area is surrounded by development on three sides and has been in our urban service limits for development for many, many years. And we just recently annexed it to the Madison School District, expecting that it would be developed with potentially residential, consistent with our plans. And we annexed it from the DeForest School District. So we expect that this property will be developed, and the rezonings will implement that. And the subdivision plat, which I hope to make a motion on as well, is consistent with that. But at this point in time, I'm making a recommendation on the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there further discussion, comments about this? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to say I'm in support of the motion. I think that the developer has done a good job, actually, of addressing concerns. I particularly like the reservation for urban agriculture. I'm not exactly sure how to ensure that that's implemented, but I think it's moving in the right direction. I would like to propose some kind of disclosure on the plat, and so maybe I didn't ask my question properly. I don't know, it may not be appropriate on the preliminary plat, but when we get to the next motion, I would like to include some sort of disclosure. But other than that, I think this is a good motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further comments? Discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Now we're looking for a motion on agenda item 20. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards are met and forward the preliminary plat of the Ramish Farms Development subdivision to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. Again, this subdivision is consistent with the standards of the subdivision ordinance. It's a prime for development. It's surrounded on three sides with existing development. Two of those areas have existed for many, many years. It's within our urban service limits, so we can extend sewer and water there without any approval from the DNR. We can just extend it by just drawing up plans to do so. The developer has set aside 10.2 acres. Some of that, about 2 acres, will be reserved for the wetland area, but about 8 acres will be appropriate for community gardens, which the neighborhood and some entities have indicated that there's a desperate need for that. In addition, they're setting aside 3.5 acres for park. And the school, Lakeview School, has indicated that's what they wanted, the wooded areas to be preserved. So this plat is much different from the earlier ones that we also approved twice before. It provides housing, and we desperately need, as all the commission members know, that we need housing and economic development for the north side of the city. And I do feel that we need to put a note on the plat identifying that this area for development may be impacted by noise with the F-35s. But that I think should be a condition of approval. I don't know if it's appropriate for the preliminary plat or the final plat, but I think staff can advise us on that. But again, I think that this is consistent with our planning in this area. The developer has been in discussions with the city with a TID district, which could provide at least funding for the noise mitigation, which I think will be necessary for housing within this area. And one of the other conditions I would like to suggest or recommend is that and Colin talked about it, is that the right-of-ways adjoining the multiple family area should be expanded to 66 feet. And Colin gave me a suggested area where those 66 feet should apply. And that would be Whitman Lane from the south boundary of the plat.
Is this
this would be another condition of approval.
Okay, so you're moving an amendment to add this as a condition of approval.
Yes, and staff can massage it as they wish, but it would be increasing the right-of-way width of Whitman Lane from the south boundary of the plat to Sunfield Street, and Sunfield Street from Packers Avenue to Parkview Lane, Elliott Lane, could be included from a taper of 80 feet to 66 feet. And so that would be the added condition. And I think that staff can address that.
Okay, we would need a second for that amendment to the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Let's take a vote on that amendment. First, if there's any discussion or questions, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. I first want to say that in the main, I 100% agree with Commissioner Cantrell's remarks. I am going to speak against the amendment. I have strong concerns about use of city right-of-way for parking. Even though I understand the importance of it, I personally would prefer the narrower street and parking on one side, even if it's at the expense of some street parking. So that's my opinion on it, at least.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment before we come to a vote?
Can I?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Based on Commissioner Fernandez, and he should know better than I do, I'll withdraw that condition. So I'll withdraw that as a condition. So can we just delete it?
Well, it has been moved and seconded.
Okay.
So I think we need to, take it up. So I'm hearing that the mover of the motion will probably be voting against it along.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So, did anybody else have any discussion? Yes. Kevin, did you want to?
Well, as and perhaps there might be a motion here. Commissioner Cantrell had raised the intent of the note regarding the noise, and I was just curious if there was if you were looking for something at this meeting to specifically say as part of this motion. Now, there's a motion on the floor right now. I suppose that was
right.
one
So
part of it. So
I'll come back. I was going to ask you on that. Okay, so we'll come to a vote on the amendment that's on the floor. So I don't see raised hands for further discussion. So we'll come to a vote. And I will assume let's raise your hand if you do not want to support the amendment.
I just wanted to clarify exactly what the amendment on the floor is right now.
It is to change the street widths to make them wider in the way that Commissioner Cantrell read. And so I am asking for those who do not want to go along with that amendment. And I see Commissioner Cantrell, Fernandez, Alder Heck, Commissioner Shepard, Commissioner Solheim, Alder Paulson, Alder Curry, and Commissioner Spencer. The only one in favor of that appears to be Commissioner Mendez.
No, but I'm the alternate, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, so you don't vote. Good point. Okay, so that motion fails.
Chair, could I just jump in? I apologize. I know this is getting procedurally. I guess I just want to make sure we're getting it correct. I just want to make sure I'm following, because we had a amendment to the motion on the table, and then I think the appropriate motion would be to vote on that. I think we voted to say
that's what we just voted on.
Well, I think we voted to say we don't. We took another motion to say we didn't support the motion that was on the table versus just voting against it. I'm sorry if I missed it. I've just maybe got.
Those were the people who voted against the motion that was on.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I wanted to make sure I had.
No, that's okay. That's fine. It can get a little weird. Okay, so then the other thing that had been mentioned as a potential condition, and the question was raised whether it should be on this or the final plat. And so I wanted to ask Kevin, should there be a condition added to this? Would that be appropriate?
Colin has hand up, but I think it's appropriate because the final plat needs to be in substantial conformance with the preliminary plat. I believe it would be appropriate to. So
then, did you want to make a motion, Commissioner Cantrell, in regard to a notation on the plat about the noise level? You're muted.
Yes, and staff can come up with the appropriate language, please.
Okay, so you're moving an amendment to have language added to the plat in regard to noise, and you're asking staff to come up with the specific language that would go on the plat?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay, Colin.
I'm just gonna propose this, and hopefully this is along the lines of what Commissioner Cantrell is looking for. So lots in the proposed subdivision may be subject to high levels of noise generated by the Dane County Regional Airport, which may exceed 65 decibels. The applicant shall place a note on the final plat to this effect and record a covenant disclosing these noise levels as a condition of approval and recording of the plat of this subdivision.
That sound good to you, Commissioner Cantrell?
Sounds good.
Is there a second to that amendment? Commissioner Fernandez is seconding, correct? Yes. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion in regard to that notation on the plat? Alder Heck.
Thank you. While I understand the intent of this amendment, I'm nervous about it. All of the property would have this note in any future platting, and I mean, even the northwest corner that's well away from the 65 dB zone, and I feel like we're setting a precedent for a lot of other potential sites, all of which we don't really understand what the noise levels are going to be. And I think we could potentially even be drifting into some of the territory that the last year's president's work group on environmental justice discussed about, impacting property values for ostensibly more affordable housing areas. And there could be some unintended consequences. There may not be, but I'm a little nervous about this. So in some ways, I'd rather wait until we did a final platting and think this through to make sure that we're not creating unintended consequences. And as I said, I appreciate the intent. So I'm not going to support this.
Other discussion? Commissioner Solheim.
I was going to raise the same question and suggest that if this did go through, that maybe we make that language a little more flexible to allow for working with staff, including the city attorney, to confirm that we wouldn't be running afoul of any issues on this. I don't think I'll support it as currently drafted, but I do agree that I'd like to pursue this for the final plat. So if we can include some condition that discusses maybe further looking into this, so we leave that option open, I would be supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Miadzi.
I just wanted to point it out that we approved, well, not we, but the approval of Bimbo Bakery was done with knowing that there was going to be sound mitigation. If we're going through the same logistics and the process as the Bimbo Bakery, I don't think that it's needed to have this, given that not only that, if you look at the Bimbo Bakery, it is submerged in the whole 65 decibel, whereas this plot of land, it's only on the Packers. I don't know, Colin, if you could bring that up. It's only on the outer skirts of so if we're going to even bring up that issue, let's keep it toward the part that's actually going to have so toward the end of the plot, it's going to have the apartments. So if we're going to really touch on that, making that sound mitigation on, we should really keep it toward only that corridor, not the whole, like Alder Heck pointed out, not the whole corridor of the Ramish Farm, but at least just that corridor. I remember last year we were talking about making sure that even leaving that undeveloped until we hear about sound mitigation. But given that the Bimbo Bakery that is submerged in the whole plot is within the 65 decibel, at least if you guys are gonna approve something, I just ask that Packer corridor that's going to be apartments to actually either make sure there's sound mitigation there, or put that side as with the sign that says, the warning sign. So if we're going to make an amendment, if we can make an amendment saying that corridor has to have warning about the sound mitigation, or take it off entirely just on the merit that the Bimbo Bakery was approved and we're trying to go through the same process for city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. I actually, those were excellent comments about unintended consequences, and I certainly don't want to scare buyers of this property or run afoul of law. So I guess I would support some kind of softened language. I guess my concern is disclosure. With regard to the Bimbo Bakery property, I think it's all going to continue to be owned by the developer and rented, and that's much less of a concern to me than a buyer. They're a relatively less informed person coming and buying a lot and then finding out 8 months later that there's an unacceptable situation there. So I guess I'm in favor of disclosure. I'd be in favor of a softer phrasing of it, or possibly even something that said staff will investigate, wording on the final plat that will disclose to potential buyers the potential for noise impacts, something like that. I don't, yeah.
Thank
I'm not sure how to implement that, but that's my feeling on it. I think good points were brought up there.
Thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I think some excellent points were brought up. And maybe, and staff can address this too, but I think that the final plat needs to be consistent with the preliminary plat. So maybe the language could be something like a note on the plat may be required regarding noise impacts on the eastern portion of the subdivision, but something that it's a maybe, and also limits the area to the eastern portion of the subdivision. But I think that maybe staff can provide again some more language that would be appropriate for that.
Colin, you had something that you wanted to?
Yeah, just trying another iteration here, and as staff, I think we, as Kevin noted, we want something, or we believe it's best to decide on something now, because the prelim or the final plat does have to be consistent with the preliminary plat. So it's just some updated language, maybe something like this. A note regarding possible sound impacts shall be coordinated with staff and presented on the final plat to be reviewed by the Plan Commission and approved by the Common Council. And that would provide the Plan Commission another opportunity when the final plat comes through to review that language.
As a maker of the motion, Commissioner Cantrell, does that language say what you are thinking?
Yes, and yes, I think that addresses it, because that provides at least, it doesn't lock us into the entire plat. It provides us an opportunity to either, and maybe it doesn't affect any of the plat, to address that in the future.
And as the seconder, Commissioner Fernandez, does that language comport with what you would like to see?
It does. Yeah, I'm very comfortable with that language.
Okay, thank you. So that is what we are now discussing, and that is what we would be voting on, is that language as Colin presented it. Any discussion on that? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I was just going to state that I'm still slightly nervous, but I'm going to support this motion because I think it provides sufficient wiggle room. It may be that our entire ruling in the end could be never mind based on what we learn, but I'm okay with having the capability, and I think that's important. So I'm supporting this.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Heck. Alder Curry.
Thank you. Could that be repeated one more time?
Sure. Colin.
Yes, certainly. A note regarding possible sound impacts shall be coordinated with staff and presented on the final plat to be reviewed by the Plan Commission and approved by the Common Council.
Thank you, Colin. Alder Paulson.
I just have a question. What's kind of the timeline to a final plat? Is this like 6 weeks out, or let's assume for the moment that perhaps the council approves this on September 6th, and I realize we're not making any assumptions yet. But if council were to approve this on September 6th at the next meeting, when would a final plat? Is that a couple weeks from now, a couple months from now, a couple years from now?
That may be a question or appropriate for the applicant, but the applicant could turn around and submit a final plat immediately. I assume there are a lot of conditions that need to be worked through. So from a practical standpoint, it would not occur that fast. But it's tied to however fast the applicant can run it through. It's so could be 6 weeks from now. It could be 6 years from now. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. That's good enough for me.
It would expire. I believe there is a 3-year expiration date from when the preliminary plat would no longer be valid.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing no raised hands, we're now voting on the amendment. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Now we're back to the main motion as amended. Colin.
Yes, and sorry to burden you with more of the process, but with the previous amendment to the main motion regarding the right-of-way widths, because the commission has decided that the 60 feet is the preferable width. The commission does need to make a finding waiving the requirement in the subdivision ordinance. So we do need that kind of officially stated in the record.
So is that as another motion that you'd be looking for, or what are you looking for?
I might defer to Kevin whether that needs to be a condition or part of a separate motion.
I think procedurally the easiest way would to be an amendment to the other motion, since we already had a couple that we've worked through.
Okay, so we need another amendment. Commissioner Cantrell, you're muted.
Okay, I will make that amendment, and Colin has given me the language here, so it should be pretty good. The Plan Commission finds that based on the recommendation of the City Engineering Division, Traffic Engineering Division, and the Planning Division, the public interest is secured in granting a waiver to establish right-of-way widths of less than 66 feet to Whitman Lane, Whitefield Lane, and Sunfield Street, as shown on the proposed preliminary plat.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment? As amendment to the main motion, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote on that amendment of the motion. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion, that amendment passes unanimously. Now we are back to the main motion as amended. Main motion as amended. Any discussion on the main motion as amended? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, now, yes, phew, moving on. As we passed item 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 on the consent agenda, we are on to agenda item 26, 27, 28. They are related and will be considered as one public hearing. And following the public hearing, the Plan Commission will make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Colin is going to be presenting information on these agenda items. Go ahead, Colin.
Yes, thank you again. Before you now, the applicant is seeking approval to demolish a commercial building used as a skating rink and construct a 4-story 70-unit residential building. The accompanying CSM includes the planned extension of Atticus Way, which is stubbed just outside the site's northeast corner, as recommended in the Allied Dunsmarsh Belmar neighborhoods physical improvement plan. The future alignment of the street will turn southward at the northwest corner of the site and connect to Red Arrow Trail to the southwest. The applicant has worked with city staff to identify a street layout that is consistent with plan recommendations. Staff notes that that conditions are recommended such that the applicant shall work with traffic engineering and engineering divisions on finalizing the alignment of future Atticus Way, and that the applicant shall extend the sidewalk along their frontage of the future Atticus Way extension to the western property line at this time. Staff does believe that the standards of approval for demolition permits and conditional uses and certified survey maps can be found met. And I am available to answer questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Colin. We do have several registrants. I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Kevin McDonald, Wilshire Boulevard, Santa Monica, California, in support wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital of Santa Monica, California. Kevin, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks to the Plan Commission and the community for the time tonight. We'll go to the next slide. Our plan is to quickly walk through a summary on our development team, highlight some of the community benefits, and then have our design team walk through the plans. Next slide. My name is Kevin McDonald. I'm a locally based regional development partner for Lincoln Avenue Capital, and very excited to present our plans and very thankful for the positive reception that we've heard so far from the community. In addition to Lincoln Avenue Capital, our development team also includes our nonprofit development partner, AOF Pacific. And with us today, we have our local engineering team from JSD. We have Matt Hazy, who will be available to answer any engineering-related questions. And we have Kenothi Bruce and Kevin Burrow, who is our lead architect, and will be providing a detailed overview on the development as part of the presentation today. Next slide. Our development is located at 4649 Verona Road in the heart of the commercial corridor. And our proposal is planning to provide 70 high-quality affordable housing workforce housing units in an area of the city that has great access to jobs and services, while also providing a great opportunity for the Latino Academy for Workforce Development to expand their job training and educational opportunities that they can offer for the community. Offering our future residents and the community as a whole with job training offices and an on-site classroom is really a win-win situation that we are particularly excited about. Overall, our 70-unit, 4-story mid-rise development will include underground parking, will be a green certified building, And our development is designed with many different sustainability features in mind. Our development amenities notably includes a centrally located courtyard with green space that connects to the interior community room, fitness center, and on-site property management office. Next slide. As has already been mentioned numerous times at this meeting, so I won't harp on it, but obviously many of you are well aware of the significant need for housing options, so I just wanted to highlight current vacancy rates and asking rents in the market that are both projected to increase for the foreseeable future. Next slide. And finally, again, many of you know the many benefits that come with developing workforce housing like this, but just wanted to highlight the significant amount of business income, tax revenue, and hundreds of jobs that will be created through a significant development like this, and many of the great.
Thank you, Kevin. That does conclude your available time. The next registrant is Kevin Burrow, University Avenue, Middleton, in support wishing to speak, representing Kanothi Bruce Architects. Kevin.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much again for your time. If you can go to the next slide, please. I'll give you a quick overview of where this development is located and the design of the building. As you can see in the highlighted yellow box in the center of the screen, this is located just off of Verona Road, which currently has access only through a frontage road connecting to Verona Road. But as part of our development, we will be extending Atticus Way, which is the public street from the northeast. Go to the next slide, please. The way we've laid out this site is to, again, work with the alignment of the future extension of Atticus Way. It is temporarily being shown here with a temporary cul-de-sac with connection to the frontage road being maintained for emergency vehicle access, but ultimately would be extended through down to Red Arrow Trail. Our building has been laid out such that the main entry is at that northeast corner where you first approach the site. We've got surface parking, and then as you extend down and to the south and then to the west, you have access to underground parking. And then our common area and courtyard space is located on the southern facing portion, which would provide for ample sun availability and also acoustic screening. Go to the next slide, please. The overall layouts are shown here. We've got underground parking for 61 vehicles within the basement. We are providing garage parking on the surface for another 9, so we can ensure one-to-one enclosed secure parking for each apartment. And on the first floor, we've got our main lobby space highlighted in yellow at that northeast corner, and then our community room, which connects to the outdoor green space. And then the area highlighted in red is the area that will be occupied by the Latino Academy, and we're providing the job training classroom in the heart of this building. You go to the next slide, please. The upper 3 floors are a mixture of 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom apartments, along with storage lockers for each resident as well. You go to the next slide, please. I'll quickly walk through the overall exterior design. This is a very high quality building that has a masonry base around the entire perimeter of the building. And we're utilizing composite siding in 2 different patterns and colors for the majority of the facade. This is the the corner opposite the entry at the temporary cul-de-sac looking to the northwest. You go to the next slide, please. Here's the main front-on view then. This is a view looking north, which many people would see from Verona Road. It's a nice 4-story building with the main entry located on the eastern portion, the left-hand side of this area. And all of these residents along the first floor area have direct access opportunity so they can directly enter their apartment from the sidewalk area. You go to the next slide, please. Here's the main entry then, where you can see we have handicap access entry to the main lobby space of the building. And just further down, you can see the access to the Latino Academy space. If you want to go to the next slide, please. This shows you the access then to the Latino Academy in the middle there, which would also be where the jobs training classroom is. Another note to highlight is that all apartments do have their own private patio or balcony space as well. Next slide, please. Here's a view on the back side then, looking around to the parking area, and 2 more slides. We've got highlighting the outdoor amenity space. We've got a dog run area adjacent to the outdoor garages, access to the underground. Then the final slide really shows you the features of that courtyard and community space. We've got outdoor grilling stations.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. That does conclude your available time. The next registrant is Wendy Wilbur, Powers Avenue, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Madison Roller Derby. Wendy, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Wendy Wilbur, also known as Alligator. I am the executive director of Madison Roller Derby. Over the past 18 years, Madison Roller Derby has worked to create a safe and inclusionary space for our members to learn to skate, play roller derby, and build leadership skills through volunteer opportunities while giving back to the Madison area. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and the majority of our members identify as being part of the LGBTQIA+ community. We have rented space from and practiced at Fast Forward since our founding in 2004. We returned there to practice in November 2001 with the robust COVID safety precautions and held our first public bout in Madison this July after almost 18 months off the track and away from our fans. We are currently in the midst of planning a return to a home season in Madison slated for later this year and early 2023. The loss of Fast Forward as a practice space would mean losing the capacity to serve our members and make it virtually impossible to train and skate safely and thus host bouts in the Madison area. This would negatively impact our travel teams, the Dairyland Dolls and Team Unicorn, and prevent us from holding our spring tournament, Utter Chaos, and other nationally sanctioned tournaments as we have previously done in the Madison area in 2008 and 2016. We would also be unable to restart our Junior Derby program, which has been on hold since 2020. We ask that the closure and demolition of Fast Forward be delayed up to 12 months and that the development team help us find and secure a replacement practice space. We also ask that the City of Madison support and keeping roller derby alive in our community and rolling forward. At minimum, we need 10,000 square feet of pole-free clear span area for our track with dimensions of 75 feet by 108 feet, or poles that are spaced about 65 feet apart. A copy of the statement and our full space requirements have been emailed to the Planning Commission, District 10 Alder, Kevin Burrows, the architect listed on the project, and Kevin McDonald at Lincoln Avenue Capital. I look forward to hearing from you and discussing timelines and next steps. Any follow-ups can be sent to executive director at madisonrollerderby.org. Thank you so much for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Wendy. The next registrant is Rebecca Hill, Bell Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Rebecca, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks so much to the technical facilitators, to the staff, to all the city alders and the commissioners, and all the public members showing up for this meeting and waiting for these hours to speak on this. I speak on behalf of myself, and I represent the roller skating joy, the joy of roller skating in the community. I moved to Madison 20 years ago, just a short time after the Rollerdrome facility closed on the east side of Madison, leaving Fast Forward as the only venue for indoor roller skating anywhere near the community within a 45-minute to an hour drive. I'm here to ask the Plan Commission to delay the project, to buy the community some more time to organize and to continue to have a place for indoor recreation, especially over winter time. The number of times that I heard the word demolition at the start of this meeting for these proposed big box apartment buildings all over town was staggering. So while I do see the need for affordable housing and that is a big selling point for these kinds of projects, I also want to point out that according to the City of Madison website, the 1-bedroom low income requirement is $941 per month. And I don't find that affordable to the average Madison resident. And they just go up from there. I know that there's been some numbers both specifically and vaguely cited regarding the affordability of the proposed apartments in this development. But I don't think that's been completely transparent to the community. And I think that they should be informed that it's not as affordable as it's being advertised to be. The community needs to continue to have access to a place to gather, to have recreation, physical activity, and to commune together in joy. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Also,
Rebecca.
one more thing. I can't not say it. Those beige and gray boxes are ugly. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next registrant is Matt Haas, Horizon Drive, Verona, Wisconsin support, wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital. Matt, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I have nothing to add, just must have clicked the wrong button, just wishing to support. I'm here to answer questions related to the site civil drawings, if there are any here this evening, but have nothing to add, just registering to support.
Okay, thank you. Our next, our other registrants are not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. And a lot of people registered more than once, so if I repeat, I apologize. Rebecca Hill, Bell Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Sarah Johnston Rodriguez, Rouse Street, Madison, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Teresa Carrera, Marina Drive, Middleton, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Joyce Newsman, Badger Lane, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Elizabeth Holden, Country Lane, opposed, and all of these will be available to answer questions. Kimberly Rose, Melrose Street, Madison, opposed. Christy Sly, 4th Street, Madison, opposed. Natalie Kingsfield, La Follette Avenue, Madison, opposed. Catherine Cornley, Blossom Lanes, Madison, opposed. Let's see if there's anybody else here. And that is it on both registrants wishing to speak and those available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a couple of questions of the developer. I guess I could ask them all or one at a time, but the partnership with the Latino Academy for Workforce Development, what does partnership mean? Are they going to be a partial owner or are they going to be a tenant of the space? In what sense is this a partnership? Or
I think that would probably be Kevin McDonald.
Yes, I can answer that. So the current plan is for the Latino Academy to own the space that Kevin Burrow highlighted that's on the first floor, that includes the job training classroom. And then they are currently actually don't have offices. So they're looking for their headquarters, and actually they've already received City of Madison, financial support to provide their job training and educational programming for the community. They would be continuing to provide those services that they're already providing within the neighborhood, but just have a more stable presence, and would have 3 offices and a additional meeting room within the development.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, second question. The remaining, I think it was 1,200 square feet. What's the target tenant for that small commercial space? Do you have any sense of what type of a business, retail or otherwise, would likely occupy that?
Kevin McDonald again, I think. Could you unmute Kevin McDonald, please?
Yep.
Kevin?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So the 1,200 square feet, I believe, is all of the space that's designated for the Latino Academy for Workforce Development.
Okay, so all the commercial space is Latino Workforce Academy. Okay, thank you. Could you just tell me quickly, and maybe I should know this, but what is the definition of workforce housing? It's not subsidized in any way. Is there a scale of rents or something that this needs to meet, or is this a more subjective term?
Yeah, the definition can definitely mean many things. So this development involves 9% tax credits from WHEDA, otherwise known as Section 42 tax credits. And so in this development, we have a very wide range of affordability. So actually 11 out of the 70 units are market rate, but then we have a number of units that are at 60% of the county median income and 50% of the county median income, and actually 20% of our units are at 30% of the county median income, which is a much lower benchmark than many of the other affordable housing developments that you hear about. So, for example, those rents are closer to the $500 range. So I guess much lower than I think one of the registrants mentioned the $900 one-bedroom rent, which some of the rents in the development will be, but we do have 20% at the much lower level to support those most in need.
Okay, thank you. So the rents are actually being established in cooperation with WHEDA. They're not just
correct,
voluntary or something. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
a collaborative process and competitive process, and we have received the award of tax credits. So the development was awarded this past spring.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that all your questions, Commissioner Fernandez?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
What's your timeline for development, Mr. McDonald?
Oh, am I unmuted? Okay, good. So our plan is to get all of our entitlements in place by the end of the year, and our hope would be to start construction as soon as possible next spring.
And the proposed demolition of the building will take place, I assume, in the winter?
Probably next spring is the plan.
Okay. Have you had discussions with the skating community there at all?
I've had a lot of discussions with the manager of the skating rink. We've been very supportive and actually initially looked to find a solution to see if there was a feasible opportunity to incorporate the skating rink into our development plans, but we quickly found that was not going to be feasible from a number of different aspects. But I know they are actively looking for other spaces. So if anyone in the community is listening to this, if they have any other ideas, I'd encourage them to reach out to the skating rink, who is still in operation. Unfortunately, I have not connected with Wendy Wilbur yet, but I'm glad she reached out, and I would hope that the roller skating rink and the roller derby could collaborate, because I know they both are working to raise money to find a new place to have a skating rink.
So this could remain open at maybe to the end of the year or something. I guess I'm assuming that you could work with them or work with the owner, or vice versa.
Correct. Yep. So I mean, really, up till we start construction, they can technically remain open.
Okay. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Thank you. I will recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for the demolition permits are met and approve the demolition of a commercial building.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Just briefly, I would hope that the owner and the applicant here could work with the roller skating community and reach out to them, and maybe the community could reach out to Mr. McDowell, because I think there's some willingness to work with them, at least until the project demolishes the building, which may be in the spring. So, but anyway, I think this does meet the standards of the demolition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I just wanted to add some emphasis to what Commissioner Cantrell had to say. I'm kind of disappointed that the property owner and the developer haven't engaged the skating community to a great extent. It doesn't sound like, and I think it's obvious from public comment that there were some misconceptions and misunderstandings, and it would be really helpful to make those connections and try to find a solution for the community. I've been to many roller derby matches, and I certainly hope it doesn't disappear from Madison, and I hope the whole community can help to find a way forward for them. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to kind of echo Alder Heck's comments. You know, I was very sad when I saw this proposal. I just have to say, from a personal standpoint, I feel like that facility met a need in this community. It met a need for my kids. It met a need for a lot of people. I understand the need for housing, and at the same time, I am concerned that we are losing certain amenities. At the same time, I can't see how it's within our purview to force a business to stay open or something like that. You know, it just does not feel like it's within Plan Commission's purview to prevent a development like this. But I do think we really need to think very seriously about how to maintain amenities like this that are important to much of the community anyway. Certainly, many people I know, that was a beloved facility, and I may be talking about the past. I don't know, maybe this has not been so good for lately, but I am concerned as we lose facilities like this and recreational opportunities and just the importance of this to the community that Allie Gator spoke so eloquently about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Alder Paulson.
I apologize, just a late breaking question. Of these three items, the CSM comes to council, but the conditional use doesn't?
Right, correct.
The demolition permit?
Does not.
Either. Okay. Thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm.
Okay. Any other discussion? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. I just want to echo the sentiment of how difficult this decision has been for me as the elder of this district, as a neighbor of that facility, as someone that has lived here for 26 years and live day to day the lack of resources that the Ally Drive and the Dons Marsh neighborhood area constantly lives in. So I live here, so I know what that is like. So when this project came to me, it was devastating to think that I will have to work on a situation where I will be taking away entertainment for the local kids in my neighborhood. But at the same time, I just don't see how where in the universe of being an elder person fits for me to interfere in a private sale that was already in motion, just like it was stated by Commissioner Fernandez. So the thing that based on that, I just jump into gear to find other ways to ensure that we could replace the ring with some services for the community. So we are actively working with the Latino Academy to make sure that we can accomplish the goal to have them there. 50% of their students currently live in the Allied Drive area. Will actually be, it makes absolutely complete sense to have them there so the students can walk there instead of having to drive all the way to Broadway where they are located now. They have workforce elements for the African American community. They have the specific programs to serve the Latino, to serve most of the Allied neighborhood community. So this only emphasizes the need for more attention to neighborhoods that are hitting on the edges of our city. So I echo the sentiment. Working with the developers have been actually pretty exceptional. They have been kept me on the loop on everything. We have discussions with the Latino Academy. I know that perhaps they didn't reach to specific individuals from the community, but they have been working with the manager, not the owner, because the owner sold the property, but the manager of the community of the center, who is actively looking for a place to replace this location. So hopefully if that becomes to be a reality, we'll be back here with them asking for a permit to build a ring somewhere in Madison. So I just wanted to add that voice to it because, again, this one has not been an easy one for me either. So I appreciate, I appreciate the job that you have to do today, and I will most likely support your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any further discussion before we come to a vote on the demolition? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Now we need a motion on the conditional use. Commissioner Cantrell.
Again, I will recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for the conditional use are met for a multiple family dwelling more than 36 units and a total area of accessory building measured at the ground floor exceeding 1,000 square feet in the CC district, subject to the conditions for the reviewing agencies.
Thank you. And do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Again, this is affordable housing, and again, we need that in spades. It's unfortunate we're losing a recreational venue and a sport that I hope remains in the community. But we absolutely need affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And now the certified survey map. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
Lastly, I will recommend that the Plan Commission forward the certified survey map should combine the subject properties to create one lot for the proposed residential development and one outlot to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval subject to the conditions from the reviewing agencies.
And do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, that was agenda item 26, 27, 28, and agenda items 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 were passed on the consent agenda. So we are on to agenda item 35, Legistar 72367, approving a certified survey map of property owned by 3706 Nakoma Road, LLC, located at 3706 Nakoma Road, 10th Alder District. Tim Parks.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Plan Commission, for sticking around for this exciting Plan Commission meeting. Last item on your agenda is the reconfiguration of two platted lots that comprise an approximately 0.63 acre parcel located at 3706 Nakoma Road, which is lots 1 and 14 of Block 11 of the 1926 replat A of Blocks 1, 2, 11, and other land of Nakoma. The applicant, 3706 Nakoma LLC, is proposing to reconfigure lots 1 and 14 into more equally proportioned lots, which would effectively increase the area available for construction of a single-family residence on the Council Crest side of the three-sided property, or I should say property with three street frontages: Council Crest on the west, Nakoma Road on the east, and Spring Trail on the north. Currently, Lot 14 is an approximately 6,300 square foot pie-shaped parcel on Council Crest. The applicant is proposing to increase that to over 10,000 square feet, taking the land correspondingly from the property on the east, which is Lot 1. It is worth noting that Lot 1 is developed with a City of Madison landmark, the Old Spring Tavern / Old Spring Hotel, which was designated a landmark in 1972. The Planning Division has reviewed the reconfiguration of the two underlying lots as shown on the proposed certified survey map, and feels that the Plan Commission may approve the proposed CSM subject to the conditions in the following section, and that staff would further recommend that after the Plan Commission acts, that the Common Council also approve the CSM and address any dedications related thereto. The lots resulting from the reconfiguration appear to comply with applicable lot design requirements and criteria for approval for certified survey maps and the subdivision regulations in the zoning code. Staff will also note that the redivision of the landmark property has been conditionally approved by the Landmarks Commission at their July 11th, 2022 meeting. That concludes my staff report. I'd be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And we do have some registrants to speak. First one, Thomas Kutch, Council Crest, Madison opposed, wishing to speak. Thomas, you have 3 minutes.
Have to unmute yourself, Tom.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it said you had muted me on my screen. So, hello, my name's Tom Keish, and I was asked to speak as a neighborhood representative on the behalf of many people. In the present case, the concerned neighborhood extends well beyond the 200-foot radius from the property to the entire city. After all, this building and property surrounding it has been repeatedly valued and acknowledged by our city, state, and nation as a critical part of our heritage as landmarks in each one of those governmental regions. An immediate reaction of all of whom we spoke has been that of shock and dismay at the plans being proposed and are currently under consideration. The building of another large home, obliterating half of a historic site, which has benefited all for decades for the immediate financial benefit of one person, is a trade-off the community strongly opposes, and should those responsible for the safekeeping of our collective heritage. We do not believe that this division and the CSM are suitable for the proposed use because of the historic landmark and designation, and the Plan Commission should thereby deny the request. I live within 200 feet of the 1854 Old Spring Hotel. I've been there for over 30 years, and like many people, clearly see that if one takes the time to visit this beautiful building and landscaping, that the building of a large home in close quarters to the hotel's original entrance and excising key parts of the landscape, such as a landmark tree, goes well beyond the reasonable person's definition of significantly affecting or impacting the nature and historical nature of the site as described in the governing ordinances. Community strongly opposes this proposed development, and the landmark is threatened by the lot line changes and subsequent proposed construction, and it would be negatively affected by this lot line change. For instance, the black walnut tree on the property, perhaps 300 years old, would be threatened and most probably eliminated by the developer's plans. It connects the tavern site to the early indigenous inhabitants of the area and is an integral part of the entire landmarked historic site. Is there any requirement for the assessment of the protection of this tree by a licensed arborist with proposed plans for its protection included in the future determination of the use of this property to ensure this part of the historic landmark is not adversely affected? A landmark is not just brick and mortar. There's also concern over the impact of the new construction on the building itself. Has there been any assessment of the impact of the construction of water drainage and flow by a licensed civil engineer to this low-lying building? What remediation plans are being mandated? And if they are mandated, they should be grounded in the concern raised by such reports. The proposed survey map also appears to have Spring Trail connected to Council Crest. Is this being proposed? If so, the survey map is in error. When treating one of the last remaining pieces of Madison's heritage, these details are important, and yet in the rush to development are not being addressed. The neighborhood has no financial gain in this, which is driving the proposed development. We're concerned about the preservation.
Thank you, Tom. That concludes your available time.
Yep.
The next registrant is Rick Chandler, Ottawa Trail, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. Rick, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Rick Chandler, and I oppose the approval of the certified survey map for the Old Spring Tavern property. I'm a vice president for the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, which has passed a resolution opposing the developer's plan to build a new house on the historic site. We represent more than 350 members. Hundreds of people oppose the developer's proposal. At the July 11 Landmarks Commission hearing, 19 people spoke in opposition, 167 people registered against, and a petition was presented with 170 signatures against. I serve as a volunteer tour guide for Madison Trust Historic Architecture walking tours in Tacoma, which feature the Old Spring Tavern. The tavern is among the most memorable and educational stops on our tours. The appearance of a solitary building set on a road in an open landscape, as it was in the stagecoach era, has been maintained, an admirable achievement by a succession of owners over more than 100 years who have been good stewards of the property. This should not be lost due to a land division and the short-sighted placement of a large new home, which would occupy most of the west half of the landmark, looming over the tavern. The black walnut tree on the property, an estimated 300 years old, is threatened by the proposal. It is entitled to protection as an integral part of the landmark site. The Madison ordinances are intended to protect historic properties. Section 4118.4 says land divisions and combinations should not be approved if they would adversely impact the historic character or significance of a landmark property. The Landmarks Commission narrowly approved the developer's proposal on a 3-2 vote with 2 commissioners absent, based on the narrow technical argument that the proposed new lot size was compatible with nearby lot sizes. The developer is now arguing that the Plan Commission should approve the CSM because it is just a technical redrawing of the lot lines. And his attorney has asserted that a new home can be built no matter what the Plan Commission or Common Council does. We urge the Plan Commission to not approve this proposal because of its adverse impact on the historic landmark. The Commission should act to apply the intent of Section 4118.4. The proposal shouldn't be advanced based on technical arguments that ignore the intent of the ordinances. this shouldn't be allowed to proceed because it falls through the cracks. That would allow this historic property to be irrevocably altered, resulting in personal gain for the developer, but a permanent loss of a significant part of Madison's heritage. If the commission does not vote for non-approval today, it should at least defer the decision and physically visit the property to understand how much a new house would permanently impact the historic site. We hope the Plan Commission will vote against the developer's proposal, and we will continue to advocate for protection of this historic property. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rick. Our next registrant is Kurt Steggy, Cambridge Road, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. Kurt, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I have a preliminary procedural question. I just want to make sure that the technical facilitator received my slides for this.
Yes, apparently so.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Although that's not the first one. Okay, based on the file documents, I believe the staff report is premised on a significant error. The letter of intent was written to be intentionally misleading. The draft certified survey map contains a significant error. The Landmarks Commission acted without considering the applicant's actual intent, and 3 conditions must be added to those identified in the staff report. First slide relates to the staff report, page 1, which I'm hoping you can show. I referenced several points made in that staff report under the heading of proposal summary, page 1. The report says that the applicant wants to reconfigure the 2 underlying lots to create a larger lot for a future residence to be constructed on the Council Crest side of the property. I'm unaware of any basis for this conclusion. Instead, I believe the applicant has been intentionally ambiguous about the orientation of the future residence. Also on page 1, there's a reference to applicable standards. I am unable to identify any language referring to the applicable standards, only to applicable process and to time limits. In the third full paragraph under the heading project description, this is the next slide, page 3 of the same document. The third full paragraph under the heading project description, the report says that the current residence was landmarked on this landmark site is a former tavern built in 1856, actually 1854, as a stagecoach stop, which later became a hotel before transitioning into a single family residence around 1895. That was 20 years before Nakoma was platted. Except for the date of construction, the statement is accurate. It makes it clear that this site is historically significant, not as a residence, but as a tavern and as a hotel. And then there's a note also in that document in the same paragraph that the pavement ends in a dead end. The pavement of the Spring Trail ends at a dead end, does not continue to reach Council Crest. Next slide, please. This is the letter of intent. The first sentence states the applicant's goal is to create a buildable parcel. That's not accurate. It's inaccurate and it's misleading. The site of the Old Spring Tavern includes 2 distinct lots, 1 and 14. Both of those are buildable. The applicant has no interest in building affordable housing on the small lot 14. He wants to build an expensive residence that will be unaffordable to the most Madisonians. The last sentence in the letter of intent refers to a second house to be built whose front door would likely face Council Crest. This statement appears to be intentionally misleading. It merely suggests one possible orientation of a second residence. It does not specify that orientation. It is clearly inconsistent with the language in the staff report, which refers to it would face Council Crest. And the Landmarks Commission, in its discussion, completely ignored the word likely and assumed it would face Council Crest. Next slide, please. This is the certified survey map. Simply note that Spring Trail on that map is a dead end, not a through street between Nakoma Road and Council Crest. Also note that the certified survey map is oriented so that north is at the top. I attended the entire July 11th Landmarks Commission meeting, and I also listened to the second part of that meeting. The certificate of appropriateness was granted by the Landmark Commission on the 11th was premised on the understanding that any future residents on the site would face Council Crest, which would mean at least 70 feet between the two structures on the site. That number is a combination of the two minimum rear setbacks of 35 feet, one for the rear of the yard of the tavern and inn, that's the west yard, and that's to the west of the tavern, and the other to the near or east yard of the new residence on Lot 2. But if the new residence on Lot 2 is in fact oriented to face north instead of west, then the setback on the east side of Lot 2 becomes just a 7-foot side yard setback rather than the 35-foot rear yard setback. So the Landmarks Commission only contemplated a 35-foot setback, not the much smaller 7-foot setback permitted by the proposed CSM.
Thank you, Kurt. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Drew Vogel, Nakoma Road, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Drew, you have 3 minutes.
I'm not seeing anybody with that name.
Technical facilitator, I could not hear what you said.
I'm not seeing anybody with that name on the attendee list. There are a couple phone numbers, but none of them match.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The next registrant is Cecilia Robat, Spring Trail, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Followed by David Gordon, Nakoma Road, Madison, support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Commissioner Fernandez. Oh, sorry, Alder Paulson.
I was just confirming we don't have the applicant here tonight.
Doesn't appear so, no.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant is, I believe, David Paulson.
David Gordon.
I'm sorry, David Gordon. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, Alder Paulson, David Gordon is the applicant. Did you have a question of David Gordon?
I might just.
Okay.
I'm just curious if they were here.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Is it possible on any of those exhibits to point out the location of this 300-year-old black walnut tree? This seems like a pretty significant situation here. And is it even feasible to build the house where they're talking about building it without removing that tree? I'm not sure who that's a question for. Perhaps Mr. Chandler, I'm not sure.
So, Kurt Steggy, is that something you could answer? Yes.
Yes, I can. There's no way to save that tree and build in that piece of property. It's dead in the water. Somewhere between 230 years to 300. It was around when the building was built in 1854, and it watched its interaction as as the builder of that property took the clay from what is now proposed as Lot 2 to make the bricks, which were the oldest bricks made in the Madison area.
Thank you.
Any further questions of any? Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes. Is the owner of the lot that's proposed to build, that it will be building the house, is he registered at all here?
My understanding is that David Gordon owns the property, and he is the one who is subdividing it, and that there's not an owner separate.
Okay. So the owner is not yet here because it hasn't been listed at all. Okay. Well, I guess I would like to hear from Mr. Gordon to the location of the tree, because obviously he owns the property, and maybe well, anyway, I'd like to know that.
David Gordon?
Yeah, can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, first of all, Kurt cannot assert that a house can be built without destroying the tree. He has not been on there, he hasn't measured it. So please understand that. Second thing is, this is a certified survey. You know, I've been approved by the Landmarks Committee, and the Landmarks does not oversee trees. So the tree is irrelevant to this discussion. It's irrelevant to the historical preservation. And for full transparency, I don't know. To be honest, I do not know if a house can be constructed, because that's not a relevant thing, because the Landmarks Commission does not oversee trees. The tree has been shown and proven that it's not historically significant to the property.
Well, that may or may not be true. That may be your feeling, but you know, a tree of 300 years old, in my view, is a witness tree. I mean, it witnessed everything that happened out there. So I guess. I'm assuming that the landmark has some indication of, because it's adjoining. This lot is adjoining a landmark. They'd certainly have some approval on what goes on this lot. So anyway, and that's not a question. I guess that's just pontification here. But I guess I don't have anything else at this point. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions of any of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess my question to staff is, what additional approval will the Landmarks Committee have on development on this lot if it's approved?
I'm sorry, I missed part of that question, Commissioner.
Okay, I'll say it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What, if any, approval does the Landmarks Committee have on development on this property?
My understanding is that the Landmarks Committee or Commission, let's see. Bear with me here. I just want to pull it up. Assuming, of course, that it will open. Here we go. Archaeological monitoring is required for ground disturbing work. The landmark designation remains on both resulting lots. And there was, I want to say there's a third. And they will review plans for the new house constructed on the western proposed lot for review of potential adverse impacts of the new construction on the historic structure.
Can they dictate that the house face Council Crest?
That I am not sure of.
Okay. The tree that we've talked about, do they have any input on the tree at all?
I don't know whether or not they do. I think it's important to stipulate as a refresher for the Plan Commission that there is an existing single-family lot on the Council Crest side now. And I believe that the tree in question would be impacted or could be impacted regardless of whether the lot reconfiguration is proposed or not. If someone sought to construct a home on the Council Crest lot that exists now, there could be tree impacts similar. You could even argue that the size of that lot will make it likelier because there's just less space to work with on that side of the 3706 parcel.
Okay. Okay. It would have been nice to know exactly where that tree is, but I guess that's beside the point. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand our role here, and I'm hoping you can help. Landmarks voted to allow this lot change to take place, and they were looking at the impact on the landmarked property, building, et cetera, et cetera. From what I can tell, that shouldn't play a part in our consideration. They have decided that, is my impression. And I mean, we're deciding, does the proposed lot fit in with the general lot structure of the neighboring of the neighborhood? We can't overrule landmarks, and I'm having trouble finding standards of approval for a CSM that would help guide us. All I do is in the referenced part of the ordinance see that if we do turn down a CSM, then there are procedures for what we do. But I'm confused about what are our standards of approval, and is what landmarks did any of our business?
Well, there's a few questions to unpack there. I think it would be good to start with the Plan Commission's role in the consideration of the certified survey map is probably more technical in nature than perhaps the Landmarks Commission's review of the reconfiguration of the underlying lots, where I suppose there could be more subjectivity in that decision and in that discussion. Kevin Furco and myself have been working very closely with Heather Bailey, who's the preservation planner and staff to the Landmarks Commission. And, we've been trying to keep a bit of a wall up between the Plan Commission's review and the Landmarks Commission review. I think it's fair to say that because this is a very technical question in the subdivision regulations, that in most cases, this reconfiguration and sort of the nuances that lead it to even being a certified survey map versus a lot line adjustment. This would have most likely, in most other circumstances, been administratively approved. It was felt, given the concerns expressed at the Landmarks Commission, that administratively approving the certified survey map just didn't feel like the right thing to do. And so with the discretion afforded by the subdivision regulations to push the question to the Plan Commission, that is what staff did. So congratulations, here's the hot potato. But the question about what the Plan Commission can do with it, I mean, I really tried to lay out in the staff report that I couldn't find in reviewing the proposal any grounds by which it should not be approved. The proposed lots are in conformance with the zoning code requirements. There are no design criteria in the subdivision regulations that I could find the proposed lots did not meet. There are not very strong standards when it comes to CSMs like this, because there are criteria for subdivision and land division approval in the subdivision regulations, but they're primarily very technical in nature. Unsuitable rock formations, topography like wetlands or floodplain that would suggest that proposed lots should not be put where they're proposed. We don't, good, bad, or indifferent, currently have language that specifically speaks to the preservation of trees in the subdivision regulations, which is not to say that the subdivision regulations on occasion have not been used as the cudgel to preserve areas of significant vegetation. But we don't have hard and fast language to that effect, because again, it's, when the subdivision regulations were written over 60 years ago, and yes, it's on our list of things to do, that, tree preservation wasn't as significant as bedrock too close to the surface, or areas of steep slope, or land with hydric soils that were greater risks or potential hurdles to the creation of lots through subdivision. And if there's anything that I missed, just feel free to throw a reminder and I'll get it.
So you didn't directly answer the question about landmarks. I think you indirectly answered it, perhaps. I can't find a method by which we could effectively overrule landmarks. Because we're not really, I can't find that.
I don't think in the subdivision regulations, which is the sandbox in which the Plan Commission is playing tonight, that there is a mechanism. The mechanism in the subdivision regulations is the allusion to when you're talking about the redivision, combination, and so forth, of a landmark property or a property in a local historic district, that Landmarks Commission approval is required. And so there's no grounds for the Plan Commission to appeal it, on its face. You can find that the lots that the Landmarks Commission approved are deficient, but you would have to do it through the subdivision regulations, which talk about lot design and point to the zoning code in terms of the lots having to be consistent with the TRC1 zoning. So the minimum width and the minimum lot area, setbacks from existing structures, things of that nature, things that by all appearances, the proposed certified survey map satisfies. So no, the Plan Commission, here's the big moment. The Plan Commission cannot overturn the Landmarks Commission. That's not what's before you. You can only find that the proposed CSM does not meet the lot design criteria in the subdivision regulations.
Okay, that was more explicit. Thanks.
I get there eventually.
Well, that's okay. I understand. Just one more quick question related. I see a reference to the comp plan in the subdivision regulations. There's just some vague reference. Oh yeah, and it can't, it has to follow the comp plan. That's the only wiggle room I can see in that language. That then you could delve into where historic structures or preservation or whatever is mentioned in the comp plan. Maybe that really isn't a question. I guess that's a statement. So I'll stop.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, it's after 10 p.m. And so, Tim, I will appreciate your restraint in saying, yes, dummy, that's what I wrote in the report. But I wanted to, there was a paragraph at the end of the analysis and conclusion that talks about this statute, which apparently allows someone to, if the lots are in different owners, that they can simply adjust it. So is there anything stopping the owner from going online and filing himself a new LLC with the state, making a separate thing, selling the LLC to the other lot, and the two of them just say, yep, we're going to agree to adjust that land, that boundary, and accomplish basically the same boundary adjustment as here? Where does that go?
Without agreeing with your preamble, the answer is basically yes. There's nothing that prevents the sort of third party from entering into the picture for Mr. Gordon to convey to that third party lot 14, and then the new owner of lot 14 and Mr. Gordon as owner of lot 1 rearranging the boundary between lots 1 and 14 to look, frankly, however they want it to, from a zoning and lot configuration perspective. Again, kind of keeping Landmarks Commission on the side there, but a lot line adjustment is always in play. The trick of the tail is that you have to have a third party. So you have to have owners of adjacent properties, and that's not what we have right now. We have Mr. Gordon owning one parcel comprised of 2 lots, so he would have to break the 2 lots apart in terms of ownership in order to avail himself of that lot line adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Tischler.
Yeah, and I recognize it's late, and I apologize for jumping in here at the end. But
that's
Tim,
fine. Yeah.
And Tim, if you can just confirm, that the owner will still need to come back to the Landmark Commission for a certificate of appropriateness to build a structure. Is that correct?
I believe that the Landmarks Commission retained its review. It did not agree to remove the Council Crest side of 3706 Nakoma from the landmarks designation, so that keeps it in the purview of the Landmarks Commission for construction on the resulting parcel.
Okay. And you also mentioned that that the trees are not consideration, but I mean, is there any concern that by removing, that having a structure, having a lot that does not have a historic structure on the building, makes it easier to remove a landmark status?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. I don't know if it's necessarily within my purview to answer it.
Okay. Well, you answered the first question. That's what I mainly wanted to have here. Thank you.
Are there further questions of staff? Commissioner Fernandez.
Just briefly, Tim. I mean, I'm very persuaded by what you're saying. We may just not have the authority here, but we often overrule Landmarks Commission in the sense where they say something does have historic value, and we go ahead and approve a demolition or something because we take that into advisement. Is that substantially a different thing than if we were to disagree today?
Yeah, the Landmarks Commission's advice on whether or not a building proposed for demolition should indeed be demolished is, I would say, orders of magnitude less than what you're talking about tonight. This is a landmark property. It has a landmark on it. The division or reconfiguration of the parcel to create the lots that you see on the CSM is very much within the Landmarks Commission, Commission's review authority, as spelled out in Chapter 41 of MGO. So whereas they're giving you advice on demolitions, with the exception of those rare demolitions of local landmarks or demolitions in local historic districts, which they have to approve, this is much more than what you get from them on a demolition. This is an approval that they have granted. Understood. And that you have you're giving you're on a parallel track, but you're definitely not in a position where you can overtake what the Landmarks Commission has done under its ordinance.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I hate to make this motion, but I see no other outcome here. I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find the approval criteria met with the proposed land division, and recommend the Plan Commission approve the 2-lot certified survey map of property located 3706 Tacoma Road.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think this is really unfortunate, but I think Tim is correct. This lot complies with the zoning ordinance. It's obviously much better configured than Lot 14, which was originally platted in the area. Unfortunately, it looks like that the 300-year-old walnut tree is probably going to be seeing the axe. Hopefully a future owner of that lot will take that historic tree in consideration. And maybe the Landmarks Committee Commission can adjust the house or look at the proposed house and do some magic with the house and the tree. But the survey that we're reviewing is consistent with the subdivision ordinance, and that's what we're reviewing here. That's our role. And if we didn't approve this survey, they could do it anyway. They could, Mr. Gordon could sell Lot 14, and they could have a lot line adjustment. So this lot line adjustment is going to happen, which we really have no denial authority to stop it. The Landmarks Committee has some review authority over a future development on the new lot. Hopefully that will mitigate some of the issues. But I think our role is pretty much set here. So that's why I'm recommending that the survey be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments or discussion? Commissioner Fernandez.
Well, thanks. I can't help myself. I very much approve with agree with all of those comments. I feel like our hands are tied. At the same time, I heard the assertion that the Landmarks Commission has no jurisdiction over trees. And in many, many years of dealing with environmental impact statements, the setting is important to historic properties. You don't just protect the bricks and the building and the roof. You have to protect its setting. At the same time, sadly, I don't know how to say this more politically. I feel like an opportunity was lost there. This is an important landmark in the city that does not seem to be getting the protection that it needs. Certainly, if one ignores a witness tree right behind it, or allows some very large house to encroach on it, they are certainly affecting the setting of that historic property. But I don't see where we have the rights to second guess the Landmarks Commission, but I would certainly like to ask that they be aware of the discussion that was had here today, and when it comes time to approve whatever is built on that lot, that they exercise their authority to protect not just that building, but the setting of that building. I think it's really important. I'm just pretty much surprised that they did not feel the need to do that. So, sorry. Editorial, I know.
No, that's great. Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Figueroa Cole.
You can Tim go first, please? I'm not sure what he's in the queue. Staff.
Alder?
Can the staff go first, please?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Could you please let Tim go first?
Oh, okay. Tim?
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut the line on Alder Figueroa Cole. I do feel it's pretty important for me to clarify my comment. I don't know exactly what the Landmarks Commission's role is and whether they can preserve the tree or not. I don't want to promise the folks on the call or the Plan Commission that they can or can't do something. It very well may be within their review authority because it's part of the landmark property, but that's just not something I know. I don't know if Kevin knows, because frankly, it's just not something that we are frequently involved in. So I don't want to, I did not mean to raise alarms unnecessarily, and just wanted to get that on the record since it's become an important point during the conversation. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just want to again thank the community for all the outreach that they've done on this particular issue. I know that there has been a lot of meetings and organizing to get this across. As explained by the staff, this was an administrative task, and after discussing with Adele and Heather and the rest of staff, we decided to put it through for you guys to discuss it. So don't blame staff for that. I know Tim tried to take the blame on it, but you can blame me for actually requesting for this to be in your agenda. The community requested that, and I thought to just make it so we can learn what the rules are in regards to what your limitations are. I thought it was important for them to hear it. So I really appreciate all the time spent here tonight. With regards to the tree, I don't want to speak for the Landmarks Commission, but at the meeting, that discussion also happened, and it was clear there's no rules for them that supports them to protect the tree. So at that time, I made a commitment that if we wanted to work on changing the ordinance to make sure that those protections exist on the future, we should definitely do that. But those rules do not exist today. So the discussion on that side was as painful as this one. Everybody wanted to protect the landmark one way or another, but at the end of the day, they also have to follow the ordinances that were in place, which is what I am trying to do. Again, this is another one, second big item in my decision making, and I have to be relying on the language on the ordinances. So thank you again for the discussion, and for sharing all the knowledge that has come my way. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Any further discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. Now on to any business by members. Seeing no raised hands, Secretary's report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Just note, there has not been a common council meeting since the last Plan Commission, so there's no council actions to report. There are the upcoming matters for September 19th and October 3rd, as noted. Just to note a couple of those, there is the conversion of a hotel on East Washington Avenue to a housing development that you'll be seeing. The Plan Commission is also scheduled to see the return of 609 East Dayton Street. That was a demolition request that was placed on file. That will be scheduled to be back to the Plan Commission in September. And also not a reconsideration, but a project that the Plan Commission approved a few years ago that has expired. Development of a new hotel on the far east side. Looking ahead to October 3rd, large mixed-use development on East Wilson Street. We have the Dane County Sustainability Campus that's also going to be before the Plan Commission on that evening. There is also that night, there is a housing redevelopment on Schrader Road. So there's links to the information is included in the agenda, and other projects are listed. So that's all I have for this evening's Secretary's report.
Okay, thank you. So that moves us to the last item on our agenda, which is adjournment. Commissioner Fernandez.
Just a quick question. Did we indeed decide that September 29th will be in person? Or is that going to be held off until the next special meeting? I believe we decided special meetings will be in person.
Right. And what I would say is if we can find a location that would accommodate and work, we could do that in person.
Okay,
but I think that's at this kind of late time, it's unlikely that will be able to be in person.
Okay, thank you.
Only December can be then.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay.
No, that's okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell and seconded by Alder Curry. Thank you, everybody, for putting in this long evening. It was kind of a tough agenda, so thank you. See you soon.